Justin Freakin, the formidable voice of culture.
Hey Justin, are you trolling?
This is the Troll Patrol, live with Justin Freakin.
Welcome to the Troll Patrol live. It's a freaking Thursday. Yes, RB, that was Dana. Dana Lush. That was Dana Lush. A few weeks ago. Maybe a week. I don't even remember how long ago it was. She was going off about something. I'm like, yes, mommy, yes. And I clipped it and put it on TikTok. That's what that's from. And I'm not a little or anything. I do not want her to diaper my bare ass. Just saying. It was all for the lols. Before anybody accuses me of such. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I'm not going to king shame anybody. I'm not going to king shame anyone. Good evening. Good evening. It is a Thursday night. We've got news to talk about. Got some fun shit. Also, like, one of the kids in the Discord talking about a red wave. If they are so certain of a red wave, why do I have story after story of Republicans trying to cheat in the elections? Ron DeSantis is defending his voter fraud unit that arrested felons that didn't realize they weren't allowed to vote in Florida. You got some video from Vice News about that. Texas. Ken Paxton, who was indicted 5 years ago and still has not faced trial, the Attorney General of Texas, Ken Paxton, has been investigating election workers. We got a ProPublica report on that. A Wisconsin election official has been fired after she sent a bunch of military ballots to a Republican state representative. Michigan judge tried to block an abortion rights bill. Then one of his mistresses came forward and said he'll pay for an abortion. Weird how this keeps happening. The doctor who helped an Indiana rape victim go to another state to seek an abortion is now suing that state's attorney general because she should. We're going to have to touch on news from Trump world. Big news out of Trump world as one of his top allies has now been granted immunity in the Mar-a-Lago documents case. You may know a man by the name of Kash Patel is a former White House staffer who has actually been going around and campaigning with Donald Trump. We watched the rally from Arizona about 3 or 4 weeks ago. Kash Patel was there. Meat Cakes, Mox, good evening. Is there a Trump rally in Iowa right now? I was going to cover the one on Saturday. You want me to stand? Did you think I didn't have legs or something? I was pulling the Bubba over here. I don't get out of this chair much, unfortunately. Since my job and then this and all the other fuckery I get into pretty much requires me to be sitting in this chair. I don't get out of it very much, unfortunately. Dustin, Ray, Mr. Balls, my friends, Simp, RB, everyone looking good tonight. So happy to see all of you. Now, I said I was done with Halloween memes. My apologies. I got one more for you. Rest here, weary soldier. You've seen too many Halloween costume memes. That one, that one's been beat into the ground. Kind of like the way Don Bullduk kept saying, heating and eating. I'm like, well, that's a good line until he had said it 50 fucking times during that debate. God damn. He's got the 1,000 costume stare. I thought about doing my own, and I never did. It was like, too many people are doing these Halloween costume memes. Before Curiouser was getting ready to go to work, and I was telling her, we were making plans to buy pot, right? Because I was like, she's out, or she got some from a friend to do her, and then I was like, well, I'm down to like a bowl, if that. I've been smoking some res on stream, and she's like, oh, I've got like a whole like multiple jars of roaches in here, and I'm like, I would love a jar of roaches. So she brought me a jar of roaches, but then she gave me a bud, so I was like, oh, well, I guess I can go ahead and smoke real pot then. I was like, the jar of roaches is fun because I consider roaches a step up because they've got the resin all over them. I consider them to be a higher THC content. So some people save their roaches for a hard time. I usually smoke my roaches, I don't smoke many joints. But if I do, Sparkles used to come over and have fucking 5 or 6 joints. We'll leave a bunch of roaches in my ashtray. I would fucking take the roaches apart and put them in the bong because they've got resin all over them. Gonna harvest your Girl Scout cookies. Ooh. I've had Girl Scout cookies before. Both the cookies and the strain. The coffee is peppermint mocha tonight. Kind of tastes like, a thin mint. Speaking of Girl Scouts, I want some peanut butter fucking cookies. I want some thin mints. Is it time for Girl Scout cookies yet? No, that's in the spring, isn't it? I'm sorry, I did not get a chance to eat before the show tonight, so I might be kind of hungry. So if I keep talking about food, my apologies. Usually, like, I try to get like a banana. I have Curiouser get those little Jimmy Dean microwave sausage biscuits because I'm like, they're good. Because usually before I get off from the show, I need sustenance. I just need something I can eat that fills me up. After I get off the show, I'll worry about something that tastes good. I just need something to eat before the show. The coconut ones? I don't do coconut. I'm not so I've tried, and it's like when I was a kid, my mom got me a coconut cake for Easter or something, and I threw up on it, and I've not been able to have coconut because it brings back those memories or something. And I can't do it, and I'm like, I want to like coconut. But it's mainly the texture. Like, I think I can put coconut creamer in my coffee and be okay with it. It's that weird papery texture of like shredded coconut that really fucks with me. Because I'm not that picky of an eater. But I can't do coconut for some reason, and I hate that because coconut smells good. I used to use coconut oil in my hair. Great conditioner. Clinically, good evening, my friend. Clinically over here living in sexual anarchy. I gotta relabel this one because it doesn't say
You live in sexual anarchy?
It says Kirk. It doesn't say sexual anarchy, so I need to rename that. Oh, fuck. Because I keep looking for it and I'm like, where is it at? I'm not high enough for this shit. Yeah, I told you last night I spoke with the resin. No, this is a bowl of real pot. I was saving my real pot for after the stream, and I did. I put some of my clips together, and then I laid back on the futon. I watched the Majority Report from yesterday. I was like, I'm going to take an hour or so. And I laid here with the kitten, because I'm also kitten sitting. The kitten is asleep right now. She's in her little house right there. But I'm kitten sitting. So I laid on the futon with the kitten, smoked my bowl, and I think we both went to sleep. I think me and the 5-week-old kitten I'm looking over went to, and it's so adorable. Okay, so I think she was scared of me. has been scared of me up until last night when she got to spend time with me after the show. After I took her into the living room, let her poopies, let her get her some food and get her some water and stuff. Like after that, she's taken up with me. She's my homie now, right? So she'll play all over the room, and then she'll come and she will lay on my foot as I'm working over here. And it was adorable. So we'll break the kitten out at the end of the show. Once again, I don't have a animal video ready to go. You're gonna get kitten at the end of the show, I guess. But who doesn't want to see a bobtailed tortoiseshell calico 5-week-old kitten? Very loud and rambunctious. Name's Trixie. You're gonna get to see Trixie at the end of the show. Oh, I didn't finish running down the news, did I? An ex-Pakistani prime minister, the victim of an assassination attempt. Those of you who are not aware of the political landscape in Pakistan, it's pretty fucking brutal. One of my favorite Middle Eastern politicians, I had a crush on her. Her name was Benazir Bhutto. Once the prime minister of Pakistan was assassinated. Political assassinations are a way of life in Pakistan. Anti-war Russian politician has a mysterious head injury now. Ukrainian power plant, the Zaporizhzhia power plant that we've talked about several times in this show, apparently went full blackout today. This comes amid reports of a soldier revolt in Russia, saying that soldiers aren't being paid and they ain't liking it very much. Moving over to U.S. elections, we got some spam. Look, when I come back and I see the spam comments in the comment section here, like, I just think I'm doing something right. Not even getting paid in guns or in gum. In AEW, they pay you in hot dogs. Not even getting paid in hot dogs. Oh, they murdered a Pakistani journalist. Oh shit. We're gonna go over the political landscape in Pakistan, but I think when I get Find Your Love in New City, I just think I'm doing something right. We're on the right path. Hate 1389. What about the year 1389 do you hate exactly? What happened in 1389? Trying to think. Is this the end of like the middle or the dark ages? We're coming out of the medieval period. What the fuck? What happened in 1389? And then when it became 1390. Fair enough. Fair enough. Smart ass. I'm gonna look it up. Yeah, I love that one of the Google questions is what was happening in 1389, the Battle of Kosovo. The Ottoman Empire and the Serbs fought an inconclusive battle with both sides suffering heavy losses. Inconclusive battle with both sides suffering heavy losses. Both Sultan Murad I and Serbian Prince Lazar were killed in battle. So, nice fact. Oh, 1389 is about some other stuff. The Battle of Kosovo. See? Yeah. I'm glad you knew that. Now we're doing numerology in the chat. Lenny, good evening. Dustin. Both sides. There were good people on both sides. There are good people on both sides in the Battle of Kosovo. I don't know that to be a fact. But thank you for letting us look that up and actually learning something. That's what I like to do here on this stream. I like to learn shit. What is up, Warlord? What are you what the fucking now? Producer Warlord always coming in here. It's like, what the fuck? Sorry, I was on crack.
I was on crack.
Right. Well,
Your cancel meme was so fucking funny that I posted it on my personal Facebook. I'm sorry that I didn't. Maybe I was saving it for later. Did you ever think of that, Warlord? I'm sorry that I used this one because I felt it was pertinent and I want to get the Halloween memes out of the way. The proud moment in Serbian history. Hell yeah. Fists up. Raise the left fist, bitch. Remember, it's always the left fist, not the right fist. That means something else. Except if you go back and look at the, who was the runner at the Olympics that held up their fist? The second place held up their right fist. Or maybe for, God, what was that dude's name? The black runner. This was during the Civil Rights era. Jesse. Was it Jesse? I think it's Jesse. Somebody look that up for me. Jesse Owens, thank you, clinically. One of them's holding up the right fist and one of them's holding up the left fist. And that always bothered me when I would see that picture in history books. But they had a reason why they were holding up the right fist. And I would butcher the story if I tried to tell it to you right now. But it had a representation. And there was a reason why one of them was holding up the right fist. And they've got, I think they've got a glove on that fist too that they're holding up. But it had a reason. But as a rule of thumb, always hold up your left fist. The right fist means something else. Oh, I was still running down the news we're going to talk about tonight, wasn't I? Kash Patel, granted immunity. This is big. This is big, and this is the Mar-a-Lago case. Because we're going to talk about multiple legal exposures of Donald Trump tonight. I'm gonna try to specify which investigation each story is about. We've got new information about the letter that John Eastman wrote urging an appeal to Justice Thomas on the Supreme Court. The Trump company gets a monitor. This is in a different criminal. Each one of these is a different criminal investigation. Each one of these is a different criminal investigation. New Jersey candidate wore a shirt for Halloween that says, "Where is Nancy?" Tucker Carlson says that they're right. They aren't the crazy ones. Meanwhile, Joe Rogan has backtracked on his comment about kids using litter boxes in schools. Plus, we're going to talk about Iran and their supposed threat on the WWE this weekend as they head to Saudi Arabia for the Crown Jewel premium live event. Premium live event. I have a habit of calling them pay-per-views, but they were premium live events. I appreciate the fact that we got to acknowledge the tribal chief on the thumbnail for the live show on YouTube. We acknowledged the tribal chief, Roman Reigns, here on this stream. I'm pretty certain he's going to beat Logan Paul. I think it's Logan Paul that he's facing this weekend, because Jake Paul was the one that was in the boxing match with Anderson Silva this past weekend. My buddy and I were playing video games, and I was like, oh, it's that Paul Anderson Silva fight. Like, I'd watch that. I'd love to see Anderson Silva kick his head off. And my buddy was like, no, it's a boxing match. There's no kicking his head off. I'm like, who wants to watch Anderson Silva in a boxing match? If there is not a chance that Anderson Silva is going to flying high knee take somebody's head off, or one of his amazing fucking, like a roundhouse fucking kick, a spinning back kick or something and take a fucking head off, who wants to watch that? Modest Proposals. Weren't you already in here? How the fuck? Well, thank you for being a freaking follower anyway. You're here for the politics category. Well, my goal is to dominate the politics category. And believe me, I'm under no illusions that I'm going to do it anytime soon. Yes, this was, we're talking about, the apparent Iranian threat on the WWE Crown Jewel event this weekend. So that is how the politics come into it. You can't just come in midway through like my rant. I don't know. We'll have to get to it. Apparently, Iran is saying that it's not really a threat, but Saudi intelligence and U.S. intelligence are warning WWE that there is a chance of an attack this weekend. That is one of the stories we're going to be talking about tonight. I guess Modest Proposal is saying that we need to get back to the news. Fair fucking enough. It is a news program we're doing here. The former Prime Minister of Pakistan had an assassination attempt on his life. As I said, assassination is apparently a way of life in Pakistan. The 70-year-old was rushed into a bulletproof car. Khan's aides are calling the attack an assassination attempt. You're seeing video of him being rushed away from the attempt. One of Khan's allies was killed and 6 other people were injured. Police arrested a suspect with a 9mm pistol. I'm sorry, I'm trying to read the subtitles as we're going through the video. A 9mm pistol and 2 empty magazines. The attack sparked anti-government protests, which I'm always fond of. Khan, a cricket star turned politician, is undergoing surgery in Lahore. He was removed from office in April after a parliamentary vote of no confidence. He claims the vote was part of a conspiracy by the country's military. Since then, Khan has made a comeback with thousands attending his rallies. This rally was part of a days-long march to pressure the government to hold elections sooner. Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif condemned the attack on Twitter. So it seems that he was a progressive politician. In the vein of a progressive politician, trying to get reforms in Pakistan, much like Benazir Bhutto. Oh, he harbored the Taliban? Fuck. Oh, I don't know. I don't trust you. I don't trust you, Modest Proposal. I don't know if you know what you're talking about. If the military pushed him out of office, I'm probably on his side. Under his leadership, no, he was not the president of Pakistan at that time, or the prime minister. I don't think. Ah, there we go. He was refusing to let U.S. put bases there. That makes sense. Yeah, motherfucker wasn't in office until 2018. So, Modest Proposal is an idiot that no one should listen to. He could have been in the government, though, and that's possible, but it was not his administration, as Modest Proposal said. So please don't come in here and try to talk about shit that you know nothing about. Just saying. I really don't appreciate that shit. Usually, most people are mixed bags. US, I have no clue what's going on in the chat. I would appreciate it, Modest Proposal, if you didn't come in here and try to tell me shit. If you've got shit to say, fucking go start your own stream. Who's stating facts? Like, I'm here reading the news, and you're coming in here saying shit that's, like, fucking false, and I do a news show. We do a news rundown. Fair enough, like, talk about the stories and shit, but, like, you're trying to, like, throw conspiracies and shit out. And I don't have time to fact check the shit you're saying in chat. Osama bin Laden was captured. The raid happened around 2011, 2012. What does that... Weren't you talking about the Prime Minister of Pakistan? This is... God damn it. Do you want to call in? Do you have something to fucking say? Do you want to call in or do you want to Discord? JFK Jr. If you've got something to say, please say it to me. I don't want to have to talk to you in the fucking chat. So you want to get it off your chest, 917-830-4359, or you can hop into the Discord. Because I don't see all the fucking chat messages. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Well, if you don't care about the ex-president of Pakistan, then why are you here? We do the news. This is a news show. Not Khan. Khan was not the Prime Minister of Afghanistan, or Khan was not the Prime Minister of Pakistan when Osama bin Laden was raided by the U.S. Khan took office in 2018. I'm not high enough for this shit. I just, Suffer McGritty, by the way. Surfer McGritty. I'm fucked up tonight. I'm fucked up. I'm not high enough for this shit. The Prime Minister of Italy has one of her ministers a photo surfaced of them wearing a Nazi uniform. Set a time for what, Mox? I don't know what... Oh, you timed out Modest Proposal? I mean... Modest wasn't really, Suffer McGritty. Yes! Yes! Suffer the little McGritties unto me. I technically Modest didn't say anything. Didn't throw out any slurs or anything. Simp, thank you for that. You do a great job. I had to break the bong out. This bowl isn't going to be enough for me tonight. They've been in here before. I'm pretty sure I've talked to them. But I mean, if they're not harming anybody, exactly. I will derail myself plenty. Gritty Surfer sounds like an awful time. Fair enough, Alice. Fair enough. Alice, good evening. Good evening. So glad to see you here. I'm off my game. This is technically my Friday, right? Because I do politics Sunday through Thursday, so this is the last day of the week doing the news. Tomorrow night we party. We have the Friday Night Freak Show, and tomorrow night is going to be a party. I have a lovely special guest co-host tomorrow night. Her name is Ninetales Cosmic Fox. I do indeed have artwork now showing off that Ninetales Cosmic Fox will fucking... And there she is. Ask and you shall receive. Very much looking forward to having Ninetales on tomorrow night. That will be a fun time. We've got stories to talk about like balls. We're going to talk about the balls that took over London. Balls. Russian lawmaker who called for an end to the Ukraine war injured in mysterious circumstances. A top Russian lawmaker who has called for an end... Here, let me make this a little bigger for you guys. A top Russian lawmaker who has called for an end to the war in Ukraine suffered serious head injuries outside Moscow's State Duma and was placed in an artificial coma, according to multiple reports. State-controlled outlet RIA Novosti reported that State Duma deputy Anatoly Karpov, 71, accidentally fell and was taken to the hospital late on October 29th, citing a source familiar with the situation. However, there have been varying and contradictory accounts of what happened to Karpov, who is also a former chess grandmaster. Apparently the dude with the anal beads in his ass is suing the guy that accused him of cheating. Just pointing that out. On Monday, Andrei Kovalyov, chair of the All-Russian Movement of Entrepreneurs, suggested it was the work of an unknown actor. He wrote on Telegram, "I hope the scoundrel will be found." But Karpov's daughter, Sofia, said that it was an accident, news channel MASH reported. No kink shaming in here. The coma later committed suicide by falling out of a window, probably. I was arguing with a guy the other day who was defending Tucker Carlson for whatever reason and said, like, he's anti-imperialist. I'm like, you realize Russia is imperialist, right? God damn. The Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant went full blackout today after a Russian
Ukraine's
shelling.
nuclear energy firm says the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant has been disconnected from the grid again after Russian shelling damaged its power lines. The plant is now said to be running on diesel generators. Let's get right out to NBC News foreign correspondent.
That can't be
Molly
good.
Who's in Kyiv for us this morning. So, Molly, that's more concerning developments out of Zaporizhzhia. On top of that, we're hearing reports from Russian officials claiming that the plant's jurisdiction is being transferred to Russia's nuclear power plant operator. What's
Nine Tails, do you not know this story? They were using the anal beads, like he was using like Morse code with vibrations in his anal beads. Somebody else was doing like the artificial intelligence. They were using AI to like figure out what the best move was and then relaying the best move via Morse code through anal beads. And I love this guy. I love this guy. If he did that, fucking A, good on him. And his fucking interviews and shit have been great. So sorry to everybody that was very interested in what was happening in Russia and I cut away to talk about anal beads. My apologies.
You live in sexual anarchy?
Was he already into ass stuff, or did he have to like prepare himself? Ida, good evening. You missed it. We've already talked about the assassination attempt on the former Prime Minister of Pakistan. We talked about a anti-war lawmaker in Russia that has a head injury under mysterious circumstances. Now, his daughter is saying it was indeed an accident. That is the official state story. But people are spreading rumors that there might have been a culprit involved. Maybe an illegal immigrant with a hammer. Well, I mean, did he have to, like, all right, now that I've come up with the idea for the anal beads, I'm going to have to prepare myself. Anal Intelligence Bureau. Oh, my God. We do a serious news show here. The the Ukrainian Zaporizhzhia power plant went full blackout today following a Russian shelling.
Ukraine's nuclear energy firm says the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant has been disconnected from the grid again after Russian shelling damaged its power lines. It is now said to be running on diesel generators. Let's get right out to NBC News foreign.
Bend over at the knees and cough.
Key for us this morning. Somali, that's more concerning developments out of Zaporizhzhia. On top of that, we're hearing reports from Russian officials claiming that the plant's jurisdiction is being transferred to Russia's nuclear power plant operator. What's the latest there?
Yeah, Joe, a lot going on down in Zaporizhzhia. As you mentioned, shelling took that plant offline last night, according to the Ukrainian company that still operates that plant. It went into full blackout mode around 11 p.m. Now, even with all the reactors offline, which they have been, a cold shutdown is what they call it, it still needs a constant source of power, which is where the diesel generators come in. Now, as far as getting it transferred to the Russian state nuclear company, what we understand, and that's the Russian official claim, what we understand from Ukrainian officials and from the UN is that Russian officials are pressuring the Ukrainian staff to sign contracts with the state nuclear company. Now, according to the IAEA, though, it is still a Ukrainian facility operated by Ukrainian staff.
We're also monitoring the latest on Russia's decision to rejoin that grain export deal. Tell us why Moscow decided to resume its participation, what the reaction's been. Do we know have those shipments started up again?
Yeah, that's exactly right, Joe. This has been a big story here for the last several days. So on Saturday, Russia pulled its support, suspended is what they called it, from the Black Sea Grain Initiative. No ships left Ukrainian Black Sea ports on Sunday, and shipments restarted actually on Monday, even without Russian cooperation. Now, Turkey brokered this deal back in July, and the Turkish president announced yesterday that Russia was back in the deal, what is assumed to be after several days of heightened international pressure. Now, I do just want to share Secretary of State Blinken's tweet with you. He says, "We are grateful for the active role of the UN and our Turkish allies in facilitating Russia's return to the Black Sea Grain Initiative. We urge all parties to renew the initiative, failure to do so would hurt the world's most vulnerable. Now, according to the Ukrainian Ministry of Infrastructure, Joe, this morning, 7 vessels, again, these are huge cargo ships laden with life-saving grain, headed for the Middle East, headed for the Horn of Africa, have left those 3 Ukrainian ports today.
One more thing I want to ask you about, Molly. Earlier this morning, Britain's ambassador to Russia was summoned by Moscow over allegations that the UK was involved in last weekend's drone attack on Russia's Black Sea fleet. What more can you tell us about this?
Yeah, and we're just getting this information right now from the Russian Foreign Ministry and from Russian press in Moscow, Joe. What we understand is that the Russian Foreign Ministry summoned British Ambassador Deborah Brunner to talk about the attack last weekend. Now, on Saturday, Russian defense officials accused not only the Ukrainian military of attacking the Black Sea fleet and infrastructure on occupied Crimea, but said without any proof, providing zero evidence that British military specialists were involved in that attack. Now, last weekend, UK's defense ministry denied it. It said to detract from their disastrous handling of the illegal invasion of Ukraine, the Russian Ministry of Defense is resorting, to peddling false claims of an epic scale. Joe, we haven't gotten a readout from the Brits yet about
epic scale.
happened. We understand from press outside the foreign ministry that she was inside. Ambassador Brunner was inside for about half an hour.
All right, we know you'll keep an eye on it. Molly, thank you so much.
Thanks, Molly. Greatly appreciate it. Apparently there is a Russian soldier revolt that Russia has not been paying their troops. And apparently, people don't go for that. When you don't pay them, they don't want to, participate in your war. Over 100 conscripted Russian soldiers staged a revolt, saying that they have not been paid by the Russian government since being mobilized. The men from Chevaskia staged a strike in the training center in Ulyanovsk, reported independent Russian news organization at 7x7 Horizontal Russia. The soldiers, I think I read that correctly. The soldiers told the news outlet, I mispronounce a lot of shit. I'm going to go ahead and say that. The soldiers told the news outlet that they were promised 195,000 rubles, which is about $3,170 US, but never received the money, so they stopped fighting. One of those striking said that all mobilized soldiers have been deceived and that they are sent to war for a penny, according to a translation of a November 2nd Telegram post published by 7x7. Prior to riot police showing up to put an end to the display, another mobilized soldier reportedly said that Russian officials stopped letting soldiers' relatives visit and declined providing leave. So clearly we've heard from anti-Russian or anti-war Russian politicians that have been attacked. Soldiers aren't really, their hearts aren't into this war. I can't see this going well for Russia and lasting too much longer, but my God. There are still rumors swirling, and I have not found them from any reputable source, but I will go ahead and put it out there that apparently they're saying President Vladimir Putin has Parkinson's disease. This has been speculated before, and prostate cancer. And that the prostate cancer is pretty far along. The Parkinson's is still in the early stages, but he is showing symptoms. But this has been total rumor, just like me telling you about the mutiny against Sunak. This has been total rumor. TMZ should stalk Putin over the rumors. I saw a story that was like, Putin's health confirmed. Stern Sam, good evening. Shrine Sam, please give me a phonetical spelling so that I can say your name correctly. Well, who's making what up? Strin Sam, good evening, my friend. So glad to see you. Thank you for being a freaking follower. Well, that's why I'm telling you to take it with a grain of salt, that I've not seen anything from any reputable source. But my God, have I seen a lot of, fucking rags try to say that Putin is sick. It does appear because we watched his speeches here on this stream, and it does appear that there is something wrong with him. But also, I hate to speculate, and, fucking how much had I watched Putin before, watching his speeches while doing this show. But I do know that he was pretty on the ball, especially during the Obama administration. I know that the motherfucker speaks perfect English, but will not be videoed or taped speaking English, and I think that's a badass power move. Like, I respect that game. So he speaks English well enough that he admonishes his own goddamn translators. But no, he comes and he fucking gives his speeches and shit. He isn't on camera speaking English. The last few times we've seen him on camera, he has been shaking. It's kind of clear that he's been sitting in weird positions. He was he was holding on to the bottom of the table the entire time. It was really weird. Yeah. We haven't seen him ride shirtless on a horse. Ooh, I've watched more of him over the last few months than I have in my entire life, right? Because the last time Russia was really a factor in the news would have been back in 2011, 2012, and I wasn't doing a fucking politics show, nor was I doing news on TV or radio at the time. Oh, do they all? Well, I know he personally speaks fucking 5 or 6 different languages. I didn't know that was a requirement of being KGB. He probably does speak better English than me. He probably does speak better. Who said rectal? Oh, I think it's Bang Phone. If somebody was trying that, I don't know who. Oh, it's a basic requirement. Residue, good evening. Why not ass tunnel? I don't even know what you guys are talking about because I was a poop shoot. I love that we've got synonyms for asshole going on in the chat. I don't even know why. Who said, did I say rectal? I don't think I did. Speaking of, last night we were talking about Rush Limbaugh and if he was the greatest radio personality of all time. And I mentioned Bob and Tom. No, I think it was John Boy and Billy. It was John Boy and Billy. I mentioned John Boy and Billy. I mean, I mentioned both of them, but there was a bit on John Boy and Billy. And it was something like, praise the colorectal surgeon. And I can't remember I need to dig up that fucking song because it was hilarious. And one of the parts of the song was like, do you mind if we don't shake hands? Working all day where the sun don't shine. I think that might have been the name of it. Well, Stern, okay, with Kim Jong Un, speaking of rectum, Rush Limbaugh.
As a conservative, it's getting harder and harder to not look like a kook.
With Kim Jong Un, when that speculation was going on, fucking Un had been out of the public eye for months, and that was very unlike him. But it was also during the COVID pandemic. Psychofap, good evening. How are you, my friend? I hope you're well tonight. Xi Jinping, as far as I can tell, and I don't even remember there being rumors about his health, but Xi Jinping seems to be healthy as fuck. I don't remember any rumors, but, you know, also the Chinese state media is secretive. So, I didn't know. We're going to do one more story before we go to the commercial break. I tried to, for everybody on Twitch, I tried to play the healthy as a Pooh Bear. Give that man some honey. I warn everybody about speculating about China, especially U.S. based on a U.S. tint about China, because I was around a lot of Chinese students when I was in college. We had a very large contingent of Chinese transfer students, and they told me that it is nothing like the U.S. portrays it to be. However, to put that in perspective, if they are a Chinese transfer student, they are from the upper middle class, at least, in order to be here in the United States. So they are from a segment of China that might not be as familiar with some of the brutal tactics of the regime. So you got to weigh everything. I did not see any scars on their backs, no. That I didn't put there on their request, you know. We're going to do one more story because I try to catch the commercial breaks, play all the commercial breaks on Twitch at once. That's why you get a 3-minute break. Plays all the fucking commercial breaks that you would get in an hour during one break. Nobody misses any news. And I try to do that at 5 till. It's I am from the world of terrestrial broadcasting, so having to pause for commercial breaks is nothing new for me. However, if the show was on a radio station, we'd probably be taking about 16 minutes worth of commercial breaks in an hour. Here on Twitch, it's only 3, so that's not too bad. One more story, sticking with the international news. Iran denies impending attack on Saudi Arabia ahead of WWE Crown Jewel event. Now, I'm going to take the time to talk about any wrestling-related news just because I'm a wrestling fan. I actually enjoyed the fact that I got to acknowledge the tribal chief on the thumbnail for this show on YouTube tonight. I hope he's feeling mighty oozy this weekend. I fucking love Sami Zayn. The Iranian government... Oh, by the way, Jenkins, good evening. The Iranian government is denying a claim by Saudi Arabia. Don't trust either of those regimes. That it is planning an attack on the kingdom, which is hosting the November 5th broadcast of WWE's Crown Jewel in the capital city of Riyadh, according to a Wall Street Journal report. Iran's foreign ministry... Of course, I brought you Wrestling Inc.'s report. Well, I'm sure they just copy and pasted. Iran's foreign ministry refuted a Saudi intelligence report that said Iran was planning to launch an attack on Saudi Arabia and Erbil, Iraq. The latter location includes a U.S. military presence. Nasser Kanani, the spokesman for Iran's foreign ministry, dismissed the Saudi claim as baseless and insisted that his government was focused on diplomacy within the region. I don't know. You can look at this. You can look at this 2 different ways, right? So, Iran kind of has a lot on their plate right now and doesn't really have the time to be going and attacking another country. On the flip side of that, it's called the wag the dog strategy, and Iran has every reason to go and attack another country to try to whip up nationalism in their own and shore up their own base if they are feeling threats from the popular uprising that continue in Iran right now. So 2 different ways of looking at it. I would think they are focused on the protests. However, if you are increasingly desperate as a regime and you're trying to hold on to power, need to sit Jimmy Carter in again. Jimmy Carter didn't get to free the hostages. That's where October Surprise. For those of you who don't know where the term October Surprise comes from Ronald Reagan and his negotiations freeing Iranian hostages shortly after he won election. Did the call in now that do I need to do something to Nightbot for that? Stern, I don't know what you're talking about. What do you do? Any capitalists with power and influence are pushing Western narratives? That seems pretty obvious, right? That doesn't seem like something like you need to state. When we come back on the other side of the break, a Michigan judge tried to block an abortion rights measure. Guess what? We're going to hear from their ex, who says that he helped pay for an abortion. It's amazing to me that this keeps happening. A doctor who helped a rape victim cross state lines to obtain an abortion and was demonized by right-wing media is now suing the Indiana State AG. Bombshell news as Trump administration insider Kash Patel has been granted immunity in the Mar-a-Lago documents case. We've got multiple Trump criminal cases we're gonna get an update on. Plus, Turd Blossom. I don't even know if I've ever played a Turd Blossom video on the show before, but his name is Karl Rove. He's going to tell us about the red wave that apparently Republicans believe is coming next week. But if a red wave is coming, why do I have so many stories about Republicans trying to cheat? Such as the Texas Attorney General investigating election workers, such as Ron DeSantis trying to arrest voters as intimidation, such as a Wisconsin election official who has now been fired because she sent ballots to a Republican state lawmaker to do what with? Plus, Joe Rogan apologizes for pushing the whole kids are shitting in litter boxes narrative. All that and more on the other side of the break here on the Troll Patrol Live. Hi, I'm Justin FREAKIN. I'm a leftist broadcaster and comedian, not liberal, leftist. And despite what you may have heard from right-wing propaganda, George Soros isn't handing out Soros bucks and funding people like me. There are no Koch brothers, Mercers, or any number of right-wing think tanks funding content on the left side of the spectrum the way they fund people like Ben Shapiro, Dave Rubin, and Dennis Prager. And YouTube doesn't monetize videos that are controversial or deal with politics unless you're someone like Steven Crowder. So this is an ultimatum. Become a patron. Support my Patreon, or I'm going to become a right-winger and get some of that easy money. You know for a fact that I could be bigger than Charlie Kirk or Jesse Lee Peterson.
Amazing!
All I have to do is talk about how I used to be an SJW snowflake, but the left went too far with their cultural Marxism, and Republicans are stupid enough to buy it, even though this video exists. And you know I'm right, so give me your money or I'm selling you out.
We live in turbulent times. The media is full of deception, conspiracy theories, and fake news. Now, more than ever, it is important to ensure you're getting information from a source that's freaking reliable.
I'm Justin Mullins, and this is the Freakin' News.
Get a breaking or interesting story with a humorous twist in about a minute weekdays, 8 a.m. Eastern on YouTube, BitChute, Odyssey, and more.
Speaking of the Friday Night Freak Show, got the Friday Night Freak Show coming up tomorrow night at 10 p.m. Eastern. Special guest co-host, Nine Tails Cosmic Fox. Gonna be a hell of a lot of fun. I gotta do something to the... That'll fix it. Had some weird noise in the line there. Here we go. I don't know why, but I need to put a gain on the YouTube and shit, and sometimes the gain's up a little too loud. I need to smart myself up. What? What am I not smart about, Mr. Balls? I don't know what's going on in the chat. Stern, thank you. Thank you for your contributions. I'm glad you're here. I got myself some nice warm apple cider.
You live in sexual anarchy?
Oh, you another meme. We need a meme after we come back from commercial break. Maybe I'm saving Warlords meme. So, do you guys remember DM, the 23-year-old that was upset that his favorite anime wouldn't let him audition? Even though he had no reel, no talent, no nothing. He's still in my Discord. And I forgot the story I was telling. Totally forgot the story I was telling, because I'm multitasking over here. I was trying to find a meme and I was looking through. He's not looking for guidance. He wants to tell me what for. Also, I was like, well, do I have to look it up? Was he right about the absinthe thing? No, he wasn't. You can import it, but there's like a fucking the amount of the third June or whatever the fuck is in it is regulated, and you can't get up to like the actual amount. Army recruitment. I'm really enjoying. Okay, so if I was to show you guys the bump that I got from when Matt Walsh played my video and then compare it to like my views over the last couple months, it's like night and fucking day. Like the Matt Walsh is just like a little blip, and then the last 2 months are like huge mountains. And I'm really enjoying the fact that as a troll, I no longer have to seek out people to troll because there are people just commenting on my shit all the time now. And I really enjoy that. I'm reveling in it. And I really like that the Discord is lively. I can get on the Discord and there's like 80 messages since I left. Like, ooh, let's read some bullshit. So I'm really enjoying this. The threats and getting called groomer and pedophile and shit, I just take it in stride. It's just a thing that comes with the territory. You delete them in my YouTube videos. What, the comments after people make them? I let, like, if YouTube doesn't hide it, like, I let it stand. I'll even go in, like, it's got the auto moderation. And it's like, we've blocked these statements. I'm like, no, let's let these fly. I want to respond to them. I mean, just sit back and read the room. The chat's pretty lively. The chat's been okay, so, like, we've been going about 2.5 years now. And I would say, like, the first year I'm on here, I'm talking to 2 or 3 people at a time. I did some things that got me a few views. The Kyle Rittenhouse interview thing got me a lot of views, but people were kind of pissed about that. Or you're deleting your naysayers from your YouTube, not my YouTube, is what you're saying. I'm like, do you have the power to delete my comments from my YouTube? I mean, I'm sure you do during the live show. 'Cause I'm pretty sure I gave you the wrench. Pretty casual and trolly, yeah. You're deleting people. I mean, you're doing it during the live show, though. You don't have access to inside my YouTube. I let everything fly. I love the comments. I love the, and oh my God, BitChute. So all of my videos, everything that gets posted to YouTube also gets posted to Odyssey, BitChute, and Rumble. Now, for some reason, I'm not as popular on Rumble. But I have like 130 something subscribers on BitChute. And my God, the comments I get on BitChute. They are, and I can't show you most of them. And for some reason, people think I'm Jewish. I'm not Jewish. I mean, some of my idols are Jewish, like Larry David is somebody I admire and have patterned a lot of my career after, but like, access my YouTube. Oh, goddamn.
You live in sexual anarchy?
I don't know where to draw the line, because pretty much every comment on like the one video about the bigot going to the school board meeting, that is my most downvoted video I've ever had. It has like 1,500 downvotes compared to like 15 people that upvoted it. The 15 people would be like, you know, my normal viewers that follow my channel. That would be about, you know, one of my more popular videos would get 15 likes. 1,500 downvotes. I mean, I'm like, it's less than 1%. Bit shoot like poop shoot. I don't know how you have that access. Or you may just be fucking with me. Yes, they brigaded my bodysuit lady. I don't know if like it got shared somewhere and it was coordinated, or it just happened to, because it was viewed by a bunch of people, popped up in, because I do kind of gear my shit towards right wingers to try to get them outraged, but it doesn't work. Like, I think it works the other way. Right wingers get left wingers outraged, and then the left wingers watch their videos, and then they get more popular because of it. I don't think it works the other way. My entire time as the Troll Patrol has been an attempt to try to get it to go the other way, to get so many outrage clicks from right wingers that it would bump me up in the left wing algorithm. Doesn't work, I don't think. Now, I have just recently, I've never been using hashtags. That's something that's been in the last couple of months. Duh, Justin. So I use hashtags, left is best, TYT, putting myself in the category of people that might be interested in my shit. My stupid ass not using hashtags all this time. I mean, thank you for taking care of the bigotry and shit, but like I usually, like I seriously, the shit that's been held, I go back and put it on and then tell them off. The intellectual dark left. Well, the comments. Okay, so that was when Matt Walsh played my video. It was like a day or two later is when I really started.
Justin FREAKIN, the formidable voice in the culture.
Is when I really started getting comments that made it seem like somebody sent them here. Somebody directed them to my video. Because the first few comments, right-wingers are fucking dumb. And you don't even they're just fucking spouting off about nonsense. But when it gets to like 50 comments and they're like, blah, 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 Matt Walsh sent me. You're like, wait a minute. Oh, Mr. Balls, were you not around during that time period? That was my first spurt, my first growth spurt, and I've got to fix that with the Freak Show promo. It's going to piss me off so bad. I got to do other little tweaks to the layout as well. I think the logo is going to go somewhere else because it's blocking closed captioning. I think my camera and the chat are going to switch sides because when we watch shit, people are usually on the right side. I love it. I fucking love it. I eat up the hate. Please come at me and tell me how much you hate me. And oh my God, my favorite. So I love it when people make fun of me. But when they do it well, right? Because call me a lib turd. You live in your mom's basement. I've heard that shit every day of my life for the past 15 fucking years, right? But when somebody does something that's legitimately thoughtful and on my personal Facebook, I go by Justin Muffins. And for some reason, right-wingers think just saying your name is Muffins is some kind of own. But it's funny because my name is Mullins. Muffins is what shit used to autocorrect my name to. I don't remember if it was Word or a phone I had. It would always correct my name to Muffins. And it was a tweet I sent out or something. This is probably 2012, 2013. I was like, You people would like me a lot better if my name was actually Muffins, wouldn't you? So when I kept getting banned on Facebook, I created an alt called Justin Muffins. So it's actually a really witty thing. And people are always like, your name is Muffins. That's stupid. Go eat muffins. And my thing is I put like muffin pictures into current events. I'll muffin people's heads. I'll show you my current profile picture. Hold on. There's a lot of pictures in here. You're going to have to give me a second. Here it is. This is my current profile picture on the Justin Muffins profile. I mean, is it really an inside joke if you know... Okay, so my personal Facebook is only like the 200 people I'm closest to. So they all know that my name is Mullins. Oh, also, that's really funny as well. So I have been published in 4 different newspapers under the name Justin Mullins. I have been on at least 14 radio stations under the name Justin Mullins. Did stand-up. Asheville, Knoxville, Johnson City, Bristol, Kingsport, all over that area. Did stand-up under the name Justin Mullins. It is all over my YouTube. My name, Mullins. Right-wingers will go somewhere and find my name somewhere, and then we'll be like, haha, I know your real name. Buddy. Seriously, the number of right-wingers that have been like, I know your real name, ah ha ha ha. I'm not hiding it. I've never hid it. Even to the point to where the freaking news of a morning. This morning's freaking news literally says, I'm Justin Mullins and this is the freaking news. When did I do the media? I've always done the media. It's all I've ever done. Jenkins, have I told you good evening? Oh yeah, I never got around to that story. I'm so sorry. Yeah, when Matt Walsh did his transphobic book, the Walrus book, he played like streamers reacting to it, and he played me in between. Who was it? Can somebody tell me the other streamer he played? The first one was Vosh, then it was me. And it was like somebody else who's like way bigger than me. So like it was an honor. It was a fucking honor. Thank you, Matt Walsh. To play me in between people with fucking like probably like millions of followers. So and that's where the,
Justin FREAKIN, the formidable voice in the culture.
Here's the thing is like, I did not like the bit I did about him. I did not think it was good because I did not think he gave me anything to work with. But the little snippets that he played were like the 2 best jokes I cracked. So thank you, Matt Walsh, for that. Thank you. Like, the rest of that video is just bleh. And is not entertainment at all. Ray, I'm glad Matt Walsh is the reason why you stumbled into this little universe. And I'm loving like this level of being able to interact with you guys. I mean, my goal is to get bigger because like if I wasn't doing this, I would want to actually be on the radio doing this, and Clear Channel ain't gonna give me a show. I might be able to get something on like a Vice or something like that. Simp. I fucking love Echoplex. I consider them like our sister station. Dave told me for years to stream. And there were multiple things holding me back. One, like, never really had a microphone and a computer that could handle it. Right now, you know, I've got a board and everything. Because, like, I'm very particular. I don't want to be anywhere if I don't look professional, right? I've been doing this shit my entire fucking adult life. If I don't, and like, I don't watch people that don't look professional to me. Like, that's a real turnoff for me. Drip referral. Fucking, I can't thank Vosh and Lance enough. And hopefully I got a little surprise for you. Hopefully I got a little surprise for you coming up in the not too distant future. But Vosh and Lance have both been super fucking cool to me. Virtual Wrong, good evening. Ninetale's got a surprise announcement. Oh shit. Are you pulling it out on my show? You're bringing up a surprise announcement on my show? That's awesome. Hell of a tease Ninetale's throwing out. That's tomorrow night on the Friday Night Freak Show. Ninetale's Cosmic Fox, our special guest host tomorrow night. I try to, when I make these promos, I try to match my guest's aura. I try to match it up. It's when we had Reg's voice on, all her logos and stuff are anime, so I made Anime Freak Daddy, and my buddy who loves anime said never do that again. That is an insult to anime. I'm sorry, I've been bullshitting a lot. We got news to talk about. We're coming back to the U.S. and we're doing election politics now. Tuesday is election 2022 here in the United States. As a political streamer, it is... Oh my God! Why is it that I keep mentioning people and then they pop in? Battle Opossum, good evening. I mention people and they pop in. This is crazy. Moving back to U.S. politics, we've got the election coming up on Tuesday. I have not decided exactly how we're going to do coverage. I was thinking maybe 6 o'clock to 6 o'clock. We'll come on at 6 p.m. We'll go off at 6 a.m. I'm thinking it over, but like, I don't expect that there's going to be any big news after 3 or 4. If the races go to 3 or 4, then it's probably going to be like the next day anyway. Oh my God! Welcome. Good evening. So I don't go 420 to 420 I've thought about. But I also don't think that there's going to be anything going on between 420 and say 7 p.m. Eastern for us to talk about. Yeah, I don't know what Nightbot is talking about with the call in now. I need to fuck with that or something. Oh, you Nightbot. We're talking about election time. Tones, can you tell me? I wanted to clip the thing about like you talking about your piss and me saying I know what other people's piss smells like for reasons. I was gonna clip that and put it up on TikTok. I could not fucking find that. I've never been close enough to my... Well, once again, I'm tall, so I'm kind of far away from my dick. Waving my dick in the wind. For the freak show, or for the freaking news, I had this story about these 2 kids killing their Spanish teacher. And I was going to use Ween's Buenos Tardes Amigo. But I didn't think enough people would get the fucking joke. I drink a lot of beverages, period. I actually have a whole stack of it. One, I have multiple beverages over here right now for just this show. And I also hoard, like, I have, like, my coffee cup is over here. My chocolate milk glass for when I want more chocolate milk is over here. My tea glass is over here. Like, I have a hoarding of beverage utensils over here. You guys keep getting me sidetracked. We're trying to go back to elections. Battle Opossum wants to... Yeah, I've always got to piss. Battle Opossum wants to play fucking Resident Evil with me. You guys keep getting me off track. I didn't even actually have that much for the show tonight, but it's still going to go long. I'm blaming the chat for my fucking bullshit. I'm so sorry. I hate myself. I should not do that to you guys. I should not blame the chat for my fucking bullshit. Oh shit, I didn't know you guys played GTA. You're on computer though, aren't you? Is it cross-platform? I have GTA for PlayStation. He was very, very much asleep. And he is not happy. But here's a Smokey. See, I kind of have a problem with that. I mean, I'm not going to turn down a gift. I am on Steam. Here's the thing is like, to buy GTA 5 again, it would be my third time fucking buying it. They're currently wanting me to fucking purchase an upgrade for the PS5, right? Because I have bought it twice already. I bought it for the PS3. I did not have a PS4 when GTA 5 came out. I got it like a year or two later. So I played GTA 5 for the first time on a PS3. Bought it again for the PS4 just a few years ago so I could replay it. And I did replay it. Had a blast replaying it. You want a Maynard? Okay, let me see if a Maynard's available. We'll try to find a Maynard. Took me a little bit to find him, and he is very upset right now. Say, hey, Maynard. He was also asleep. Oh, do I have to do socks too? Okay. And there's a Socrates. The new kitty comes out at the end. The new kitty is sleeping right now. And that's, I put Socks down and Socks is like looking at the new kitty's house. Because she's in her carrier. Because if I get her out and she starts running around, I can't watch her while I'm doing this. Trixie. Trixie is the new kitty's name. There was more to the name. There was more to the name, but like we're calling her Trixie. If Curiouser pops in, ask Curiouser. I don't remember the whole story of the name. But she's Trixie. And she is adorable. We're now up to 7. There are 7 cats in here. There are 7 fucking cats in this house. Right now, at this moment. Oh, okay. So, I did not name my cats. I did not name any of my cats. They were already named. So, Socks is because he's a tuxedo and it looks like he has socks on his paws, right? But, like, that's not me. I got Socks when he was 5. Around 5. Like, we don't know his exact age, right? So, I can't change his name. He knows what his name is. But I can tweak it. So, he's Socrates. He's my favorite classical philosopher. He's Socrates. The gadfly. Fits him, too. Name fits him well. So he's Socrates, Socks for short. Smokey is Smokey because he's gray. Right? So, uninspired name. So Smokey is Smokey Bong. He's Smokey Bong. That's his full name. You can call him Mr. Bong if you want to. And then Maynard was just Maynard, and that's a cat named Maynard needed a home. And I'm like, well, that's the universe telling me that that's my cat now, right? And then I tweaked his name a little bit, and he's Maynard James Kitten. Oh, they absolutely know their names. Every single one of them. So, like, you can't change a cat's name. So, but I can tweak their names and make them more, you know, in my style. Bang Phoebe. She got a kick out of that the other night. I have to get you a picture of Trixie. Okay, so like I tried to take video of Trixie. Trixie's kind of elusive. But we're now back from break for 30 minutes, and we have yet to do the news. This Tuesday is Election Day. Election 2022, it is the midterms. It is a very big day for a political streamer like myself. Not exactly sure when we're going to come on, but we're probably going to come on early and stay on late since it is election night. A lot of people are predicting a red wave. I'm sticking behind. I think the Democrats hold on to the Senate and expand their lead with a couple of seats. I'm not going to be surprised if the Republicans win the House, but I'm not going to be surprised if the Democrats hold on to it by a very narrow margin. So, that's my prediction for Tuesday night. We're probably not going to know the actual makeup of the House, and so we'll know the Senate on Tuesday night. Probably not going to know because I don't know which House races are in which states, which can count their ballots before Election Day. So I'm going to assume that we might not know the makeup of the House until Wednesday afternoon. And if it's damn close, and there are, say, the congressional race in Alaska, and that one has to go to a fucking runoff or something. Isn't there a chance that there's a chance that Warnock and Walker go to some kind of a runoff? If I'm not mistaken, if neither of them get 50%. So just preparing you for what is going to happen on Tuesday night. But, you know, I guess what I'll do is probably New York Times usually has really good coverage on their front page. I'll have them up on one monitor, and then we'll flip back and forth between different feeds. Like, say, the Washington Post has a live video feed. We might do PBS. And then, like, we'll get, like, a right side broadcasting. We'll get a fucking nut job that we can watch. So far, here's the thing that should be encouraging. I don't like 538. I don't like Nate Silver at all. Don't get me wrong, though. Like, I fucking read 538. You gots to. I didn't mean to snap at you there clinically. I still love you very much. Uh-oh, the little one is yelling at me. The little one woke up. Oh my God, she's so cute. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Nate Silver at all. But I like Washington Post coverage, and you usually get, you know, Dave Weigel will come on. 538 is Nate Silver's outlet. We actually looked at it last night, RB. I don't know if you were here for that part of the show. I think you came in a little bit later. They do statistical modeling. I understand, simp. I totally understand. I am trying to put together a news show that's informative, but also we do a lot of bullshit. Yes, Mox, that's a great fucking description of 538. They're a polling aggregator modeler. That got, what, 2008? Was that the year that they, you know... And kitties. Kitties are always a great addition. I tried, back at the old apartment, I tried to have like a kitty cam, and I had the camera set up on... I had my other camera set up on the cat tree they had, but they kept knocking it off. As if 2008 was hard to predict, right? Everybody knew what was happening in that one. But I think they got the state and the electoral colleges and everything right, and coasted off of it for years. But let's I'm pretty sure I had to admonish you. You got a little Randy in the chat, my friend. Oh, wrong one. Wrong one. I hit the wrong one.
You live in sexual anarchy?
I lived through 2006. I mean, it was pretty obvious to anyone. And that's another thing. I lived through 2006, where just like the tide completely turned against Republicans, and everyone rejected them as just super fucking corrupt, dumb fucks that didn't know what they were doing. And that was the mood in the country. I don't know what happened. I don't know what fucking happened. I mean, we were talking about the dude that was in the bathroom stall playing footsies with people while being against gay marriage and shit. We're talking about like one of them was fondling Capitol Hill interns and shit. Dennis Hastert was an admitted child molester. Tom DeLay, they called him the Hammer. Didn't he serve time for fucking corruption? Wide stance. Yes, that was his argument, that he had a wide stance. He wasn't trying to get Foley from Florida. Yes, that was him. Mark Foley. But it was just corruption from top to bottom in the Republican Party, and everybody recognized it, and they paid a price electorally for it. And they haven't since. I don't know what the fuck happened. I'm fascinated by the rise of the Tea Party and shit, because it looked it looked like we were getting a leftist popular uprising against the neoliberal order, and somehow this astroturfed fascist movement was able to take hold, and I have no clue other than just it's the media landscape. Social media played into it. I mean, we're talking about like 2010 here with the rise of Facebook. I'm so hungry. I did not eat before this show. I need to get to doing the news so I can go eat. But I'll update you on exactly what the plans are for election night. We'll be doing something. I'll let you know on Sunday or Monday. We got election coming up on Tuesday. It's gonna be a party here on this stream. Hopefully. Maybe it'll be a downer. So far since doing this show, Democrats have won the elections. I started doing this show in 2020. Well, technically I started doing the show in 2017. And that's when we did the 2-year anniversary on 420, I played highlights of the past 2 years, but I didn't have any of the prototype streams that exist before the official launch on 4/20/2020. I actually found one. I found one going all the way back to 2017 or 2018. The prototype of the Troll Patrol. Called the Troll Patrol. It had the name and everything. Where I was testing everything out. We gonna get high? We might drink? Hell yeah, Nine Tails. Don't go full Chrisman? Are you talking about Chapo? Are you talking about a Troll Patrol vehicle? Kind of like the Prize Patrol. I need a van. What did Crispin do? I haven't listened to Chapo in a long time. Fucking anybody know what happened to Virgil, Texas? My God. Don't get me wrong, I like Chapo. You work on Tuesday. Oh, you work day on Tuesday. Oh, cool. You're gonna be here for election coverage. I mean, I expect it to be a pretty big night. Has it disappeared? They're still a thing, aren't they? They put out new episodes. I listened to one 8 or 9 months ago, probably. Well, I guess I have no idea either. I like El Chavo. Nothing against those guys. I'd go be a guest if they asked me to, if they're still a thing. I want to be a guest on Bad Faith now. I want to go on with Brianna Joy Gray. Crispin's all right. That's the guy with the beard and shit, right? The kind of the chubbier one. I shouldn't say that. I'm probably just as chubby as he is. Kind of unkempt. Yeah, well, like he always he was funny to me. Fucking Virgil, Texas. History nerd, that makes sense. I'm a media nerd. I'm completely unkempt right now. Mainly because
He's kicking authority in the balls.
Gonna shave those balls? Those are pretty smooth balls. I'm pretty unkempt, don't ask Brie about Virgil. She is not taking the picture of her and Virgil down. I'm gonna point that out. We had a, so like, they have to pump the water up here on the hill, and we had an issue with the water like last week. So I was gonna shave at some point in time, but we did have water for me to shave, and then I'm like, I haven't had the time that it's matched up to where like I've taken a shower and I had the time to because I'm getting real like itchy and shit over here. But I planned on shaving before the election stream. Andrew WK in a Vietnam vet Halloween costume. I mean, I like to party hard. I think he has more of like a squarer head. I don't think there's anything wrong with Andrew WK, is there? I mean, he's a pretty cool guy, as far as I know. For some reason, I had to explain to Ravana who Andrew WK was for some joke on Twitter. I don't even remember how that came about. Back when I had Twitter, but I mean, I'm back on Twitter, but nobody follows me yet, so it's not really all that fun. Yeah, I think he's a pretty cool guy as far as I know. But also, like, usually, like, you here's the thing. You meet people, you think they're pretty cool, and then you meet them, they're complete douches. And it sucks. It sucks, man. It sucks. Try not to meet people. You try not to learn things about them if you like their music or their art. Try not to learn things about your favorite artist. It always turns out bad. Just like the music. Don't idolize people. Don't put them on a pedestal. Don't start saying Led Zeppelin's the greatest band of all time, because then you'll find out they stole all their fucking songs from better black artists, and that Jimmy Page kept a fucking 14-year-old in his fucking basement. Makes you go, oh god damn, that's embarrassing. I fucking put them on a pedestal. Just saying. Oh, but to follow, so as we're talking about idols, I will make a mention of something. I put it in the Discord. Adam Rainstopper, who nothing but love for, came in here. We were talking about Maynard, not my cat Maynard, his namesake, not Maynard James Kitten. Talking about Maynard James Keenan, the lead singer of Tool, Perfect Circle, Pussifer. Have a great night, Lenny. I would like to point out, Adam said that Maynard was, had said some transphobic things on Joe Rogan's podcast. I could not find any statements or any accusation that Maynard had said anything transphobic, and in my search to make sure that I was correct to take up for Maynard, I found out that on the current Pussifer tour right now, they took a band that is fronted by a trans musician. They are on tour with a trans musician right now. So I don't buy Maynard James Keenan being transphobic. Just to follow up on a thread from a week or two ago. Anyway, we were going to hear from Turd Blossom about the... Fuck, I'm going to have to take a commercial break. Because of the fucking goddamn Twitch. I'm going to stick around. Okay, like, we're not going to do the news until after the commercial break. If you're a subscriber, we're going to stick around. I'm going to be here, but like if you're not a subscriber, you're going to get commercial. You'll get 3 minutes, and then you'll be right back. But you're not going to miss anything. I'm just going to bullshit some more. All right, now that they're gone. No, I love everybody. That's why I want to make sure. Yes, Turd is still floating around. I think he's a Fox News analyst or contributor or whatever the fuck. The man knew what the fuck he was talking about. He was he laid the groundwork for Steve Bannon and Trump and everything and he was in league with Roger Stone himself, but he laid the groundwork for what Roger Stone ended up eventually doing. Live long enough to become the villain. I like fucking because Johnny fucking Rotten, right? Like I'm not that big into punk music, and like I wasn't into the Sex Pistols, but I fucking love Public Image Limited. Holy shit. Like totally and this is one of those things where like a lot of people bitch about Spotify and music algorithms and shit. But, like, I'm so thankful. You have to curate it. You have to do your due diligence and program it to do what you want it to do. As a music fan, I've had to go in and, like, train my Spotify. But based on my likes, Spotify was like, you will like Public Image Limited. And this would have been, like, 2016, 2017, whenever I first started using Spotify. And like, goddamn right, Spotify, you're right. I will absolutely like Public Image Limited. And I hate to see what Johnny Rotten has become. Oh my god, the picture of him out on the balcony smoking a cigarette with his MAGA hat on, and he's all bloated and looking like shit. And it was like right after Public Image Limited did a fucking like limited tour, I believe. They played a few shows. And I watched him out there in his moo-moo. Trump is currently lying at a level never seen before in human history. That's possibly true. That's possibly true. Well, I'm sure there's been other pathological liars. Yeah, you can't just like let Spotify do its thing. You got to train your Spotify. You got to train your algorithm. Cause I got into because I really really love Tyler Mahan Coe. That is David Allan Coe's son. I love his fucking podcast. Your favorite band sucks. Listen to it all the goddamn time. I think he's a wonderful follow on Twitter. And I got into it one time with him, about you know, Spotify and the algorithms and shit can be a wonderful thing, but you've got to train them. And he's like, hey, be your own algorithm. And I'm like, dude, I taught Spotify what I liked, and it recommended your podcast to me. I wouldn't know your podcast existed if it wasn't for Spotify. And I believe me, I've got a lot of criticisms with Spotify. Its interface, it's fucking paying Joe Rogan fucking however goddamn much it's paying him, and the little amount that it gives artists for their plays. So don't get me wrong, I'm not just sucking the dick of a corporation. There are many things wrong with Spotify, especially their payout to artists. However, on the other side of that, they have made it easy for me as a podcaster or a streamer that's putting his bullshit up as a podcast to do it easily and actually make money from it. So, thank you, Spotify. And that's another thing is like Tyler's also doing the Anchor fucking. If you listen to the Troll Patrol as a podcast, you're probably going to hear me doing an ad for Anchor, the podcasting platform, because that's how I get paid from them. Fucking Curious or uses Pandora. Their interface overall is better than any other music ad. And I tried Pandora before I actually went over to Spotify. What a wild conversation we've been having. I'm pretty sure everybody that might not be a subscriber is back from an ad, so we can't go back to doing news. Oh, I will say the one thing for Pandora is back when I was using it introduced me to the band The Knife. I got groped at Walmart. Who hasn't been there? I've been groped both willingly and unwillingly. Consensually and unconsensually at Walmart. We've all been there, my friends. Why don't go in Walmarts anymore? That is... I really got to rename
You live
this
in
one.
sexual anarchy?
I used to do portraitures for Walmart. This is back in the early 2000s. Feora 2. I hope I'm saying your name correctly. Please drop me a phonetical pronunciation so I can say your name correctly. But thank you for being a freaking follower. We're so glad to have you here. I was a portrait studio photographer for Walmart. But I was going around to Walmarts that didn't have super centers. This is back when there were still like older fucking Walmarts that didn't have portrait studios and shit in them. And I would set up in the aisles and take pictures of kids. And I got groped a lot at Walmart. Willingly and unwillingly. So now I was 18 or 19 at the time. This is when I was 18 or 19 at the time. I wasn't old enough to drink yet. And I was with this group of, they were like 16, 17 years old from the local high school. And I took them to their high school, and like one of them like pissed on the school bus, and the cops showed up. And I'm still to this fucking day, I am 19 years old, and I'm there with like a gaggle of 16, 17-year-old girls, alone on like a Friday night in their school parking lot. How did I not get arrested then? Anyway, that was in the town where KFC was invented. In fuck, I'm spacing on the name of it. Whitleyville or some shit. God, I don't remember the name. Done a lot of drugs since then. I don't know why she just wanted to go piss on the school bus. And like, if you were watching the show last night, like, I'm not going to turn down watching her piss on the school bus. Whiteyville. It was Whiteyville. Oh, but like one of them groped me in a Walmart. I haven't been in a Walmart. Okay, I take that back. I've been in Walmarts. People have drugged me to them. I haven't bought anything from a Walmart since 2007 because that's the only place you can get a lamp at midnight. I don't think the name was actually Whiteyville. It was like Whitleyville or something. Or Whittlesburg or fucking... I don't fucking know. Oh, shit. Here, Smokey, get down. I don't remember. So that was like my fifth or sixth week working for this company, Walmart Portrait Studios and shit. And like it's like one of my first weeks out on my own. And it wasn't just like that group of girls from the high school. As I was like checking into my hotel, there was this other girl that was like just walking along the side of the road, and somehow I got to talking to her, and she had gigantic tits. I remember this so vividly. And she just came and just started hanging out in my hotel room. She pretty much because I would be at that Walmart like a week. So she would just come and hang out at my hotel room and shit. And then there was a woman that worked at the Walmart, and she was the CSM. She was like, because like I didn't have any interaction with most of the people that worked in the Walmart, but sometimes I would have to like get change or something from the CSM, or fucking have the CSM do something for me. They're the ones with the red vest, and I don't even know like if fucking Walmart still does it like this anymore, but they would usually have a little stand like over behind all the cash registers and shit. They were like they carry the keys and shit. So there was one of them that I was like interacting. She was flirting with me hard, and I don't ever think I got her to come over and hang out with me, but she kept like flirting with me. I'm like, you can come after we'll get us a pizza and shit. We'll go to my hotel room. The red vests are coming. But that's one of my first weeks out on my own working that job. So I had like all these different like flirtations, right? And I'm like, shit, this is going to be the best job fucking ever. It was not like that in every town. It was not like that in every town by far. And I was also like, I was still kind of closeted about my escapades with other men at the time. And I'm like, oh, this is a good time while I'm on the road to, go suck a little dick. Couldn't even find some fucking cute guys to suck a little dick. When I was being trained for that job, that dude was this old pervy man. And he told me, like, you get a lot of pussy at this job. If you can make a woman's child smile, it makes their pussy wet. And I was just creeped out by this old man telling me that. But it was kind of true. It was kind of true. Not necessarily while I was at Walmart Portrait Studio, but when I became a manager of the Olin Mills. It also probably had to do with me getting older and being more confident in myself and shit. But I was a manager of Olin Mills about 2007, 2008 time. And a lot of the moms that brought their babies in were very flirtatious with me and kind of grab-assy. He wasn't wrong, just weird. And then even later on when I did church fundraising photography. And this would have been about like 2010 time. And I'm much older and much more suave. Confident in myself come 2010. And then I'm working on the road as this, and I had Craigslist for this experience. Working on the road for a fundraising photography company. We went around to different churches, and we took pictures of like families and shit that they would sell the coupons in the churches. And oh my God, like they would have people from the church, right, that were overseeing the thing, and sometimes it would be old ladies. At some churches it would be like old ladies and they served me spaghetti. But sometimes it would be some younger women in the the MILF category, might we say. And even though they're churchy, they're still kind of raunchy, might we say. Especially in the more middle-class churches. At the poorer churches, that's when I would get the old ladies that would serve me spaghetti. At the more middle-class churches, it would kind of be like the PTA moms. And then at the bougie churches, I hated those people. The black churches were always fucking cool. Every black church I went to was fucking awesome, and like I liked their pastor. I didn't think he was a fucking hypocrite. Every single black church I went to was cool. They always had the pastors that I was the most impressed by. Like, oh my God, you're not really just spouting this, and that's not saying that there's not black preachers that aren't grifters. But me in my trek through Tennessee, North Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, South Carolina, Florida, doing fundraising photography for churches, the black churches were usually the fucking coolest I was in. And I remember being in one outside of Charlotte, and they had like 3 gigantic fucking like $1 million complexes, right? Most horrid church I've ever been in. Most horrid people. Could not stand them. The clientele were incredibly picky and rude. And didn't spend any money on your. That was one of the weird things. So it wasn't the churches with a lot of money. They saw it as a chore. The churches with a lot of money, they bought that coupon, and I feel like I'm doing a good thing, coming and letting you take pictures of my kid, and I'm just gonna get your $10 package and not buy any of the extras. Whereas the poorer communities, they cherished having good pictures of their babies, and they were willing to come in and pay the $250 fucking dollars for the whole package of pictures. It's the wildest thing. Yeah, they absolutely, like, and sometimes it broke my heart because some of them really wanted the pictures and couldn't afford them. And those are the ones that, like, here, take these. Because I had that power. I could wheel and deal a little bit on the pictures. Here, take these. I want you. And when I was at Olin Mills, I had a lot of power. Yes, you can have these pictures. That's how I trade a lot of pictures for drugs. So if you've ever been here for the story of me meeting the crack whore, my crack whore girlfriend, she happened to come at a time when, like, a person had came in and gotten a lot of pictures and traded me a lot of drugs for them. And they were just giving me drugs, too, because they were cool. I'm sorry, news. This is a news program. This is a news program. I've sat here and bullshit for like an hour and a half. Battle Opossum wants me to come play Resident Evil with him. Because he'd never played Resident Evil 6, so I was playing through it with him. Spooky game to play, Halloween season and everything. Not only is it Halloween season, well, it was Halloween season. Election fucking season. We got an election coming up on Tuesday. I want to go over to Fox News, and I want to hear from one Mr. Turd Blossom. His name is Karl Rove. He was a visor, and I think he was chief of staff at one point in time for George W. Bush during the height of the Iraq War. He is now a Fox News analyst, and he's going to give his opinion on the coming red wave.
Tell Karl Rove, former President George W. Bush senior advisor and a Fox News contributor, about what's going to happen. Karl, good to see you. Thanks for being here. So why aren't we looking for an even bigger Republican victory next week when you think of what happened in 2010 when even more people thought we were on the right track?
Yeah, well, two things. One is 2010 was at the end of the decade, so there have been a lot of change in the in the districts, the nature of the congressional districts, and it was the year before redistricting.
Oh, yeah,
So
fair
there's
enough.
a lot of variability in the political landscape that's been taken out by redistricting. In redistricting, both parties tend to protect their people, and as a result,
He's making an
the number
excellent
of
point
swing
here.
district shrinks
see.
in the first election after redistricting, which this is. The other reason is that something weird happened in.
And I want to point out that a lot of right wingers, when I bring up gerrymandering of districting, they're like, Democrats do it too, and I'm like, you are exactly right. They do it. They've done it in Pennsylvania. They've done it in New York. They've done it in Michigan. That is all the more reason for you to join with me in a bipartisan effort to get rid of gerrymandering and make districts far more fair and far more democratic.
2020. The Republicans lost the White House, yet gained seats in the House of Representatives. If you look at all the times that the control of the White House has shifted from one party to another, in about 4 out of 5 times when you lose the White House, you lose seats in the House. 1 out of every 5 times when you lose the White House, you gain seats, and that's what happened to the Republicans. And it wasn't 1 or 2 or 5 or 6; it was 14 seats. So that means that we got a head start on what we're
that makes a lot of sense.
Reap in this election and the last one.
Another thing that came out in the Wall Street Journal poll, and it's no big surprise in terms of one group, but there are these shifts in voter groups, and we've heard about it in Latino polls of Latino voters, and that was reflected in the Wall Street Journal. But also, white suburban women are moving more towards the Republican Party. Why do you think that is?
Well, I think
I was referring to the past, Mox. They had gerrymandered
inflation,
Michigan,
which
Democrats had.
Suburban women are dealing with every day. The general sense of the economy, crime in some areas, and in some areas the border. And most of the time I'm dubious of these so-called movements in the polls for subgroups, but this is a group that comprises roughly 20% of the total electorate. So the subsample is pretty big, and there's probably been substantial movement there.
But Democrats were telling us all during the summer that the decision on abortion made by the Supreme Court was going to bring all the white suburban women back to the Democrat.
We're going to talk about Wisconsin here in a second.
Well, it momentarily energized some Democratic women who are otherwise apathetic. But think about it. In Gallup, it got 8% was the highest number who said it was the most important issue facing America today. And today it's 4%. A better way to look at it is Gallup has a great question, which is...
But that question, what is the most important issue? Just because they don't feel that abortion is the most important issue doesn't mean that it doesn't rank high on their list and that they aren't motivated by that.
What party do you think would better handle what you think is the most important issue facing America? That number today is 48R, 37D. That's the second highest advantage for Republicans since this question began to be answered in the early 1940s. So if abortion were a big issue, you'd think that Democrats would be closer on that issue. But as long as we're on numbers, there's a new Gallup poll. 17%
visual
think the
aids.
country's going in the right direction. 40% approve of the performance of Joe Biden as president. 49% think the economy is poor.
But now I want to point out that, what does that come out to be? 83% thinks that the country isn't headed in the right direction. Most of that 83% thinks the country needs to head in a more progressive direction, not necessarily towards the Republicans.
14% think it's excellent or good. That's what's driving the election, those sets of numbers.
Well, I'm sure you've seen the power rankings that we came out with today, and they show, I think we have a screen that we can put up which the numbers show. Where would you put your guess in terms of the number of seats that the GOP picks up in the fall? Ours has it at about 236 Republicans in the House after the elections. That's a gain of 13 seats. What do you say?
So I looked over this the other day of the competitive House seats. And it's hard for me to gauge because the ones that are competitive, they don't have name value. They aren't people that you know of. Well, maybe some of you do. Maybe they're your congressman, congressperson. But that was one of the reasons why we didn't really do any congressional debates during this season, is because do I pick, Katie Porter, who has a challenger but is in a lean Democratic district? Or do we watch one of the races that actually matters in the makeup of the House and we don't know who either of the people are? So that was my dilemma when it came to doing congressional debates.
Well, I think that's a gain of more than 13 seats. We're now at 212. Actually, we had 213, but we got one vacancy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So 236 is 23
that was without
seats.
the toss-ups. Yeah, go ahead.
Right, yeah. And what they're assuming is that the Republicans only win half of the toss-ups. I think they might win more. I've been sort of a 20 to 25 person, leaning more towards 20. I'm now leaning more towards 20 to 25 with more on the 25 side. I want to look in depth at these races, and I'm going to be talking to my sources around the country to get a better handle on it. But
candidates matter, and Republicans have fielded shit-ass candidates.
Fall all one direction, and the gravitational forces are pulling in the direction of the Republicans.
Now, one thing that a lot of families in America have discovered is that the down ballot races are very important. The races that usually the national media doesn't give much attention to, but those are the ones that really affect your lives concerning crime, concerning education. Are we going to see a sea change, if you will, in those down ballot issues?
Well, I'm on the board of the Republican State Leadership Committee that focuses on these down ballot races.
Oh, I bet you are.
We're likely to see the Republicans pick up state legislative seats across the country, including some chambers, and we may be back to where we were in the 1920s for the last time, and that is with the Republicans nosing around 4,000 state legislators and Democrats holding roughly 3,000 or less state legislative seats. That hasn't happened in 90 years, and I think we may be back to that.
And what about those issues, those crime issues? I mean,
and what happened after that, Karl Rove? What happened after that? What happened after that, Karl Rove?
District attorneys and stuff, the ones, of course, that were funded by George Soros that turned out to be a huge mistake. It really, I think, responsible for the
Carl Troll
of the nation. Are we going to get rid of some of those in this election?
Well, some of them are on the ballot. Like in Texas, we have our county DAs on the ballot in this election. The problem is, in many instances, they're not on the ballot they're on the ballot when they have municipal elections. For example, in Pennsylvania, they're not on the ballot, I believe. So it really depends. But yes, the issue of crime is going to drive legislative elections and local elections in places like Wisconsin and Texas. We have a great candidate, for example, for district attorney in Tarrant County. It's the largest county in America today with a Republican DA. He's retiring, and we're likely to see a very strong Republican DA, a former judge, take his
ACAB means him too.
It's going to have a big impact, particularly in the places that we've seen it. I think we're going to see a couple of congressional seats flip in Oregon, and maybe a Republican governor there for the first time since 1982. In large
that one is
measure
close.
Of what we saw happen in Portland after the death of George Floyd. People are not going to, they're tired of it. They're not going to stand for it. Just as we saw the election of the first Republican county attorney in Seattle.
Well, I will point out that Oregon, it was founded as a white supremacist state. Just saying, it was founded as a white supremacist state. So it's not surprising. There are huge pockets of right-wingers in Oregon when you get out into the rural areas. It's just Portland that is extremely blue. Keeping on elections, we're going to move over. If a red wave is coming, why am I getting ready to tell you about all these ways that Republicans are trying to depress the vote, intimidate voters, and even cheat, even outright cheat? Purple Rose, good evening. Thank you for being a freaking follower. We're going to Milwaukee, where the election commissioners Kimberly Zapata has been fired after ballot fraud.
Milwaukee Election Commission staff member has been let go after requesting military ballots in other people's names and sending them to the home of a state lawmaker.
Our Spencer Tracy joins us now live from City Hall with more on the fallout from the firing and what criminal charges this staffer may be facing.
Kimberly Zapata has worked for Milwaukee's Election Commission for almost a decade. She admitted to sending or trying to get military ballots in other people's names. Now, while the mayor said she did this outside of work, he says this is unacceptable.
This has every appearance of being an egregious, blatant violation of trust.
Just 5 days before the midterm election.
Hey, Purple Rose. You wanna talk to me? You wanna have a conversation about it? I take phone calls and Discord chat. Hit exclamation point Discord, hit exclamation point phone. I won't talk to you in the chat like that because that's not fun for everybody. Also, people are listening to just the audio, so if you're not going to actually talk to me, I'm just going to ignore you and go back to the news. How am I scared? If I'm like, hey, call in or Discord. Because arguing with somebody on chat, like, it's not fun for anybody. So if you want to argue, I'm totally down for it. It's called the Troll Patrol. So come on. Calling me scared? It seems like you're the one that's scared. Come on. Right-wingers are morons. Yeah, probably a child. Just DM with a different account or something.
Do you think we're stupid? You think we're fools?
All right, we're going back to the news. So in Milwaukee, an election official. I'm gonna re-intro this because I might want to clip this shit for the YouTube. So thanks a lot, Purple Rose. You made me stop the bit I was doing, the segment I was doing, hoping I would get something out of you, and then you pussed out. Jesus. Maynard is not impressed. I am being serious. That I have to unpack several things that you said. So you asked what's called a loaded question. So I have to ask you what you mean by several things, and it's just so much easier to do it over a voice conversation. So since you don't want to do that, we're going to go back to the news. If Republicans are so certain that there is a red wave coming on Tuesday, why is it that I'm getting ready to play you several stories of Republican officials trying to intimidate voters or flat out cheat, like this election official in Milwaukee? I'm going to go to the local news hit here.
Has been let go after requesting military ballots in other people's names and sending them to the home of a state lawmaker.
Our Spencer Tracy joins us now live from City Hall with more on the fallout from the firing and what criminal charges this staffer may be facing.
Kimberly Zapata has worked for Milwaukee's election commission for almost a decade. She admitted to sending or trying to get military ballots in other people's names. Now, while the mayor said she did this outside of work, he says this is unacceptable.
This has every appearance of being an egregious, blatant violation of trust.
Just 5 days before the midterm election.
The city of Milwaukee has removed the deputy director of our elections commission.
Mayor Cavalier Johnson announced Kimberly Zapata was fired for admitting to illegally requesting military ballots in other people's names. She sent them to State Representative Janelle Branchett.
It does not matter to me that this might have been an effort to expose a vulnerability.
That's what I was getting ready to say. That is what I was getting ready to say. She might be some QAnon fucking nut, and she's like, I'm trying to expose the election vulnerability. Yeah.
Have to register or show an ID to vote. The city believes she was trying to prove a loophole in the elections process.
And so it is my belief that she was pointing out that you can go onto the public system, make up a person, and request a ballot.
Just days ago, Branch had posted on social media that she
you
received
can't.
ballots at her home address. On Thursday, she sent a statement saying, in quote, "Unlike Mayor Johnson, I've been actually working on providing Wisconsinites a safe and secure election process. We have uncovered so many issues that demand attention."
This is a Republican state representative.
August primary.
Things have been going really well. We have about 80 poll workers. Come on my property.
Are you Kimberly Zapata?
This time, Zapata refused to speak to us and drove off.
The case is now in the hands of the Milwaukee County District Attorney's Office. They say charges will be coming in the next couple of days. I actually also did reach out to Zapata's attorney, Michael Maselman, and he says they will refer to litigation in the courtroom, not the media. For now, reporting live from City Hall tonight, I'm Spencer Tracy, Fox 6 News.
All right, Spencer.
Thank you, Spencer. Greatly appreciate that. Good reporting from Fox 6 out of Milwaukee. That's not the only story I have for you. Remember in Florida, we've played the video a couple of times of people arrested in a voter fraud sting in Florida where they didn't really commit voter fraud. They were kind of defrauded by organizations. They were told that they could vote despite their convicted felon status, that they had their status restored. They received voter registration cards, and they voted. And DeSantis sent out a team of goons to arrest these people. Several of the charges against these people have already been dropped, of people that we have watched on this stream already. However, DeSantis is now trying to change the law to make it proactive that, like, you are in charge of finding out if you're able to register to vote. He wants to change the wording on the certificate in order to put the legal burden on the voter. And he is defending sending out these thugs to arrest people. Here is a spokesperson for the agency speaking to Vice News on the issue.
Few officials use the power of the executive branch to make political statements quite like Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. He's regulated language in elementary schools and used Florida taxpayer money to fly migrants from Texas to Massachusetts. And then there are elections. DeSantis said Florida had no issues in the 2020 election, but he's overseen a new election crime unit, which got to work in August by going after some pretty specific targets.
The state of Florida has charged and is in the process of arresting 20 individuals across the state for voter fraud.
The task force arrested 20 people for illegally voting. All of them had been previously convicted of a felony. Now, Florida did restore voting rights to most people convicted of felonies when it passed Amendment 4 back in 2018. But these people weren't included in that because they've been convicted of murders or sexual crimes. But most of them said that they thought they were eligible to vote, and some had even received voter registration cards. If it was just a confusion, it would seem easy enough to just not let them vote without the whole arrest part.
Apparently, I guess you have a warrant? For what?
No, this is voter intimidation. You can't change my mind.
What it is, I think the agents with FDLE talked to you last week.
This is to send shockwaves through the community and discourage people from voting.
I didn't.
So,
what are they talking about?
That's
man?
what we're not the case agents, but what you got to do, they have reduced your bond quite a bit. It's 2 felony charges for voter fraud, but they reduced it to $500 bonds. So it's $1,000 total.
Oh my God, man! What?
Yes, sir. So unfortunately, right now we're gonna have to take you to jail.
The situation is confusing apparently for both voters and law enforcement. But what's also confusing is the timing. The arrests come just a few months before a consequential midterm election and more than a year after the alleged crimes.
I'm like, voter fraud. I voted, but I ain't commit no fraud.
Well, so that's the thing. I don't know exactly what happened with it, but you do have a warrant. That's what it's for. Okay.
Oh my God.
The guy who oversees elections in the Election Crime Unit is Florida's Secretary of State Cord Byrd, who still questions the 2020 election result.
Of course he does.
Robert Simpson told WPTV station, which is in West Palm Beach, that he thought his voting rights had been restored, especially after filling out a voter application and then being sent voter registration cards from his local supervisor of elections. Why was he told he could vote?
So he wasn't told he could vote. Once again, when you fill out that card,
bastard,
say that you are an eligible voter, we confirm that someone is a living, breathing human being, and they are sent a voter information card. And that's what it is called in statute. Doesn't say this is a legal document. It doesn't say that this means you're valid to vote. It is an informational card only that everyone receives, whether or not
Motherfucker.
So the onus is on the voter, you're saying?
That's what the courts have said. Now, for anybody, any felon who wants to know whether their rights have been restored, this office, under the Division of Elections and our General Counsel's office, anyone can seek an advisory opinion. That is on our website. But these people, they ultimately they lied on the form, and there are consequences for lying, and we're going to enforce and uphold the laws in Florida, and that's what we're doing.
The Florida ACLU told us that the cases could, quote, intimidate voters who would otherwise be eligible to vote.
Absolutely.
It's also tough to prosecute anyone without proof they intended to break the law.
Yep.
One case has already been dismissed on procedural grounds.
The arrests were mostly made in Democratic counties, and DeSantis has made sure credit goes to his administration and the election crimes team.
Simp, thank you for the sub.
In the past year and a half in places like the Villages, which is a really Republican stronghold for the governor. And why was there this fanfare over these 20 felons in...
Tones giving out the gift subs. Thank you, Tones.
Why not a press conference for the people who double voted and admitted it in the Villages?
Sure, and those two people pled guilty recently. So, and then there's the ghost candidate trial going on.
We'll forgive you for sniffing piss.
Yeah.
So, it's not solely the state's role to prosecute. Local, the state attorney and local law enforcement can prosecute and are prosecuting, and that's good, and we support them. So I'm surprised when, not from you, but in others in the media have criticized, it's like, we're not going to step in when there's already a prosecution taking place.
I guess I just mean more of like the fanfare around it.
Right.
There's this big press conference with the governor, law enforcement standing behind them in uniform. That didn't happen with the Villages. Why was that?
Local law enforcement was already engaged in that process. I mean, this office was created. It was started on July 1 is when it went into effect. So it was new, and it was interesting because up until that time, I kept getting inquiries. Well, what are you doing? Why isn't it doing anything? What is its purpose? No, we haven't heard anything. And then as soon as we go do something, then it's, well, why did you need to do this? So it's no surprise that Governor DeSantis and championing the Office of Election Crimes and Security in the legislature would want to promote the fact that we are going to enforce our laws and we take election fraud and any
I don't like this dude at all.
Election fraud seriously in the state.
This isn't the first time Republicans have tried to undermine Amendment 4, which passed with a clear majority in 2018. As soon as the law went into effect, the state legislature interpreted it to require returning citizens to pay fines, fees, or restitution. And there's still not an easy way to figure out what you owe. Why doesn't the Secretary of State's office just maintain a list of those people?
Yeah. So it's part of it is the information coming from the clerks of court level, because every county does it a little differently, but ultimately the person needs to be responsible, and they know whether or not they owe fines, fees, and restitution, and they can go and check if they're not sure.
Well, my experience talking with a lot of these people was that they didn't know sometimes, and they found it very, very difficult to figure out if they could go vote. So it sounds like, and you're kind of saying this too, it's a difficult system, it sounds like, right?
I don't know that it's that difficult, but I think it takes effort. And I think if citizenship requires participation and effort, and if individuals want to be returned to full citizenship status, for those who really want to regain those rights, they will go and do the necessary work to make sure that they are eligible. So I think the resources are there for those who...
Translation, we want to make it as hard to vote as possible. Make you jump through hoops. And then arrest you as harshly as possible. if you fail to actually jump through the hoops we have provided.
Put in the effort to want to, once again, regain the franchise.
And you think you and your office are doing all you can to help those people?
We are, and we're doing everything we can. We look to improve every single day to make sure that every single eligible voter in Florida has that opportunity. And
let me save a lot of money to a lot of states, so you don't have to have this whole bureaucracy. Right-wingers, they hate big government, right? You don't want bureaucracy. You want to cut back on the red tape of the bureaucracy. You don't want to have a whole system of enforcement about voting. So just give everyone the right to vote. Whether you're incarcerated, whether you're a convicted felon, murderer, whatever. Because the state should not have an incentive to lock people up or to lock a certain community up. Give everyone the right to vote, even people that are locked up. Absolute bullshit. Yes, right-wingers want to lock people up.
And those resources are made available to them.
Oh, that was the end of it. But my God, I could have saved you, a lot of money for your enforcement bureau there. Also, Vice News for the longest time has that was fantastic reporting. Vice has some fantastic reporting. Vice has been cruising on the clickbaity articles about sex threesomes and I took acid and did stand up. They've been cruising on the money from those articles for a very long time, and that money has dried up in the last couple of years. And Vice is kind of really hard up and might not exist. So there's a whole thing going on with Vice, and I would hate to see them go under, but I don't know what the solution to that is. Universal voting, period. Eliminates all that bureaucracy. You don't have to have the enforcement. You don't have to fucking keep all these voter rolls. That's what. Yes, the clickbaity bullshit stuff that they are known for. That's what paid the bills through the mid 2000s, though, and it allowed them to do this fucking award-winning journalism over on the Vice News section. That money ain't there no more. And I'm scared that reporting's going to go away, because that reporting is excellent. So upping their reputation, I guess, doing away with just the whole Vice thing, and it's just Vice News. All that bored of what? I'm not sure what you're talking about. That was the Secretary of State from Florida defending the arrests of convicted felons that I believe they entrapped. We go to Texas, where they were trying to help run elections, then they got criminally investigated. This is a ProPublica who also does amazing fucking journalism. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton hasn't just been pursuing supposed voter fraud. His office has also criminally investigated at least 10 election workers in a harbinger of potential post-midterm turmoil. This man was indicted. 5 years ago. In the wake of the 2020 presidential election, Republican officials around the country have been giving increasing attention and resources to investigating election crimes. Most have focused on alleged wrongdoing of voters, but Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton is also working a different angle. His office has been criminally investigating the people who help run elections. Over the past 2 years, Paxton's office opened at least 10 investigations into alleged crimes by election workers, a more extensive effort than previously known, according to records obtained by ProPublica. One of his probes was spurred by a complaint from a county GOP chair who lost her re-election bid in a landslide. then refused to certify the results, citing an active investigation by the Attorney General. By the way, this is a trick they do. They will report, the GOP will report crimes of supposed crimes of Democrats to like the SEC or the FEC, and then say there's an active investigation against them, even though they're the ones that triggered the investigation. In at least 2 of the cases, Paxton's office unsuccessfully tried to indict election workers, attempts that were first reported by the Austin American-Statesman. In the remaining 8 investigations identified by ProPublica, it is unclear just how far the probes went. As of mid-October, none of the cases resulted in criminal charges. The Attorney General's office did not respond to repeated requests for comment. Most of Paxton's investigations of election workers center on allegations of obstructing a poll watcher. A poll watcher. These are the people that went back and were trying to watch as they were counting the ballots in the 2020 election, I guarantee it. Which is banned by a controversial and recently expanded law that experts fear could open the door for turmoil in the election process. Texas is one of the few states where blocking the view or limiting the movements of poll watchers, partisan volunteers who monitor election sites, can bring criminal penalties. Obstruction is a misdemeanor punishable by up to a year in jail. Experts worry such investigations could exact a stiff price, chilling participation in the process, slowing down elections, and fostering misinformation and distrust in the vote. These probes may be a harbinger of potential chaos in the midterms. Paxton, who has been under a securities and fraud indictment for 7 years, I said 5 years, has touted his eagerness to pursue election-related crimes. He created a unit dedicated to doing so 5 years ago, long before so-called election integrity units became a trend in Republican-controlled states. By the way, he's denied wrongdoing in the ongoing securities fraud case. In Arizona, a woman who could be governor-elect in less than a week has said that she will send state police to intercept FBI and DOJ agents at airports to arrest them, and apparently for a crime that doesn't even exist.
And I don't believe parents are terrorists at all. And I'll tell you what, if I were governor right now and Joe Biden even thought he was going to send his FBI or DOJ in to start coming after our parents, they would be met at the airport with the state police and arrested for going after our rights.
She's also standing next to Representative Paul Gosar, and I've not wanted to touch on it. I don't know what's up with him. I don't know if he has disclosed whatever the medical condition is. But there is something wrong with that man, and he's a fucking nut job. And he is dangerous. This is him campaigning with Carrie Lake. She's saying that they would intercept federal law enforcement, which I would have to point out, ma'am, that's not how things work. That is not how things work. Federal law enforcement authority supersedes state law enforcement, ma'am.
To start coming after our parents, they would be met at the airport with the state police and arrested for going after our rights. We finally, as parents, rise up and say, no, we're not going to take this anymore, and they call us terrorists. That's unbelievable. We're in an upside-down world, and we need to right it.
Amen. We're in an upside-down world, indeed, ma'am, where you might be governor-elect come this time next week. Holy shit. I am going to hit the content warning before this next story. You want to talk about awkward tones? You want to talk about awkward? I've got an awkward story for you. A Michigan judge tried to block an abortion rights measure. His ex-wife, I'm sorry, I called her his mistress earlier. I hadn't read the whole story. His ex-wife says he helped her get an abortion in college. Brian Zara is up for re-election to Michigan Supreme Court, with a prominent anti-abortion group spending heavily to boost his candidacy. When Brian Zara learned that he'd impregnated his 20-year-old girlfriend in May of 1983, he grabbed the yellow pages, found an abortion clinic in the Detroit suburbs, and made an appointment, the woman told NBC News in an interview last month. They were of the same mind regarding what to do about the pregnancy and did not discuss other options, according to Alyssa Jones, who went by her maiden name, Alyssa Watson, at the time. On May 18th that year, Jones said Zara drove her to the clinic and paid for her abortion. Well, at least he paid for it. As they sat in the car afterwards, Jones, then a sophomore in college, hung her head and wept, feeling the conflicting emotions of a life-changing experience. Zara, she said, seemed frustrated that she was upset and that he couldn't console her. He yelled at her, she recalled, "If you didn't want to do this, why did we do this?" Sir, they're just emotional. It's a hormonal thing. They're just emotional after the procedure. Zara, then a 23-year-old, but like, people don't know that. I didn't know that when my girlfriend had an abortion when I was 19, and I handled it completely wrong, so who am I to bitch at him? I'm grateful I had a choice, and I think he's grateful he had a choice, Jones said in an interview. Exactly. In early September, 39 years after Jones said she terminated the pregnancy, Zara voted to block a ballot initiative known as Proposal 3 that would enshrine abortion rights in the Michigan Constitution, arguing in a dissenting opinion that insufficient spacing between some words on the petition rendered it incompatible with Michigan law. According to campaign finance records, a prominent anti-abortion group in the state is currently spending to help him win another term. Zara did not respond to detailed questions, but 5 hours after NBC News first contacted him Monday, he called Jones and left a voice message. "Alyssa, this is Brian," Zara said. "I was contacted by a Washington reporter today who asked me some questions about you on a voicemail. I haven't called back. I'd like to talk to you." And apparently she gave it to NBC News. Jones, who said it was the first time she remembers him calling her since 1995, said she did not return that call. Jones shared the details of her experience exclusively with NBC News in 2 interviews, one in late October and one at her home on Tuesday. She said she was moved to do so after a series of national and state events, including the Supreme Court's decision this year to overturn federal protections for abortion rights and Zara's vote against the Michigan ballot proposal. Jones said she was incensed by what she views as hypocrisy by Zara, since she believes the termination of her pregnancy ultimately helped him build a successful law career, and that his vote was an attempt to deny others a similar choice. Good on that woman. I'm sorry you had to come forward and tell a personal story like that, but thank you. Thank you for doing so. There's another one, content warning. We're going to be talking about abortion still. Remember a few months back, right after Roe v. Wade was overturned and a doctor helped a 10-year-old rape victim cross state lines to receive an abortion, and right-wing media went nuts, claimed it never happened, and then demonized the doctor after they found out it was real? Dr. Caitlin Bernard is now suing the Indiana Attorney General for his bullshit. And good on her.
Tonight, the doctor who's at the center of the abortion debate here in the state of Indiana, is suing Indiana's Attorney General.
You'll remember Todd Rokita said he was investigating Dr. Caitlin Bernard after she reported providing an abortion for a 10-year-old rape victim in Ohio. Our Sierra Putman has been going through this all day.
That's right. So this was a victim that was in Ohio and traveled here to Indiana for the procedure. What have you learned today?
Well, today we're actually seeing some of those consumer complaints that led to this investigation. And Dr. Bernard and another doctor are arguing that the AG's office ignored signs that people making those complaints did not have enough information to prompt further inspection. They want the courts to stop what they call unfounded and improper investigations. Take a look. The lawsuit is 29 pages. At the heart of it is the investigation that AG Todd Rokita announced on Fox News. Looking into whether Dr. Bernard.
What up, Chainsaw? Good evening.
When providing an abortion to that child rape victim. Dr. Bernard's attorneys say the investigation was based on meritless consumer complaints. The case says none of the people who complained were patients of the doctor. They also did not have firsthand knowledge. Instead, got their information from news or social media reports. Dr. Bernard's attorneys now want the court to stop the AG from launching investigations without making sure complaints hold, quote, merit, and to keep complaints confidential per state law. They say some of the AG office's investigations are overbroad and lead to fishing expeditions or retaliatory behavior.
Thank you, Nine Tails.
The lawsuit says the AG is harassing doctors and patients. In response, Rokita's press secretary sent a statement that says concerns about possible violations are, quote, handled in a uniform manner and narrowly focused. You can read the full statement from the AG online. Just go to WTHR.com.
I don't think it's too much to ask that you not investigate shit and go on Fox News and announce it without making sure the claim has merit first. I do not think that's too much to ask. Thank you guys for the compliments on the new layout. It was a lot of comments on YouTube said the screen was too busy. We streamlined shit and everything. Did I steal your setup? I look more like other streamers now as opposed to being more unique. I will admit that. We've still got a few tweaks to make. I'm probably switching the camera in the chat. The logo kind of blocks closed captioning. I already made a couple of tweaks to it, but I might be changing some other shit. Nice feeling being so clean and or looking like other streamers. I mean, there's a reason why other streamers, you know, have a certain look to them. Why the successful streamers have a certain look to them. Shit, did I give you some help? I didn't know I am happy to help you troubleshoot something, but I didn't realize I did. I remember you asking me about, you know, using like OBS Ninja. I can't wait to see your beautiful face on the setup tomorrow night for the Friday Night Freak Show. 10 p.m. Eastern. Special guest co-host Nine Tails Cosmic Fox. Tomorrow night, we got all kinds of shit to talk about. We're going to be talking about the balls. Took over the streets of London. I got around to clipping some of the older episodes of the Freak Show. Some of those went up over the weekend. Got some special weed for it. Hell yeah. Speaking of weed, I ain't high enough for this shit. Oh, I'm probably going to have to take a commercial break. I'm sorry. If you're not subscribed on Twitch, you're going to get a commercial break. If you're subscribed, I'm going to bullshit with you guys, and then we're going to go back to news afterwards. I don't need to tinkle or anything. When we come back, we're going to talk about the bombshell in Trump world. Kash Patel has been granted immunity to testify in the Mar-a-Lago documents handling the classified information investigation. That's big. That is fucking big. I can't stress to you guys how fucking big that is. Motherfucker was granted immunity. He is flipping on Trump just like Weisselberg flipped on Trump. Trump is fucked. Gonna show you footage of Tucker saying that it's not the right that's crazy. It's not the right that's crazy. Plus, I've got Joe Rogan saying he was indeed duped by the kitty litter box in schools bullshit. All that and more on the other side of the break here on the Troll Patrol live. But I'm not gonna take a break because I don't need tinkle. I would normally refill my drink, but I'm out of tea. I'm gonna have to make more tea after this show is over. Stop the presses! But we'll give them the 3 minutes on the Twitch. We'll get those commercials out of the way, and then we'll do more news. I'm gonna have to like stay on topic and have like news sections, and then we have like talking sections. I'll have to get more formal with this shit as we grow. Because once again, if I wasn't doing this, like fucking, I'd be trying to get on doing this on a fucking syndicated radio network, but not a one of them would have me. I meant like me bullshitting and telling stories and shit. I get off track way too much. I need to stay on topic and give commentary about the videos we're talking about and the news we're talking about. It's easy to get me talking about food. It's easy to get me talking about music. I don't ever want to set timers for the segments. They work out. Usually my clips for YouTube are somewhere between the 7 and 20 minute mark, which that's kind of the length that YouTube appreciates. So that works out well for me. I do kind of do things in blocks. Like most of my notes, like we'll look at my notes. So, like we started off with this foreign affairs, Pakistani PM, Russia, Ukraine, then the Iran and WWE. Then we came to politics. We got Karl Rove talking about the red wave. I knew I was going to make the joke about, well, if they're so sure of a red wave, why I've got all these stories about them trying to cheat. Already that was rehearsed. Going into the stories of the Wisconsin election official and then DeSantis and the Texas investigation. Then we were going to the batshit crazy. The abortion stories were together. And then it goes to the Trump section. Then I wanted it, Tucker says they're not crazy. I wanted it sandwiched in between this New Jersey candidate wears a shirt. Where is Nancy? And Rogan admits he was wrong about the litter boxes. Is this really insider stuff? Oh, yeah, there's my notes. Tomorrow night, the Friday Night Freak Show. I need money. Should I be charging for this shit? Should I be? Nobody else does what I do, though. Like Dave pointed out, like the Plex podcast is the closest thing they do to what I do. Well, see, once again, stories are kind of like, it's not, I'm not doing stories. They're kind of in blocks of shit. I've thought about that because, you know, I got the power to make shit paid on YouTube, but also, like, I'm just going to, whatever's on Patreon for $5, I'm going to charge for $5 on YouTube. I think it's like $4.99 right now on YouTube or $3.99. I don't know. It didn't let me fucking set it. It like auto set it to whatever it is. BK Tulas, what is up, my friend? Thank you for being a freaking follower. RB, if you wanna do a Trump speech, wait for Saturday. We're gonna do a Trump speech on Saturday. That's why we're doing news tonight. We ain't doing no Trump speech. If any of you are new here, we might have some new people, like our new friend of Freakin. I can sum up my political beliefs with one simple phrase. I would give anything in the world to piss in Dan Crenshaw's open eye hole. Now, Curiouser wanted me to dress up for Halloween for the Halloween stream, and one of the ideas that we had was that I would be Dan Crenshaw with piss in his eye, because she has an eye patch. Well, I mean, Chainsaw, like, I still look up shit. Like, I don't feel like I'm as good as some of the people that are, like, when it comes to streaming, I'm still kind of a newbie. I don't even fucking really know how Twitch works. Fuck. I just know how graphics do. I know how to make shit in After Effects and Photoshop. But even then, like, I still have to look shit up. I've been doing sound for years. That's one of the, and I feel bad. I was so pissy during college that everyone wanted me to do sound for their projects. And it's because I'm good at it. And I guess, like, everybody's not good at sound for some reason. And, what the fuck, VK? What do you mean reaction? What? We've had some wild commenters tonight. Did I say I was into vector graphics? Man, when I figured out vectors, that opened up a whole new world of possibility. I'm a React streamer now. Apparently that's a thing. Yeah, that's not what we're about here, VK. Sorry. I'm kind of okay. Here's the thing: is I don't see myself as a streamer. I see myself as a broadcaster. I see this as a mixed media show that's more of a throwback to a radio show. Reacting commentary to news, I guess. Yeah, talk radio. I am pulling most of my shit from talk radio. I grew up loving talk radio. And it's also like, okay, I was doing stand-up comedy. Pandemic happens, which I hadn't been doing stand-up comedy as much. Need a vehicle for a stand-up comedian? Talk radio. Indie, hippie, radio stereotype. Exactly. Chainsaw, thank you for the resub. Maybe it was a gift sub. It doesn't distinguish. What's going on? Tone's giving out the gift subs. Thank you, my friend. And streamers are broadcasters, right? But I see myself more in the vein of a traditional broadcaster. As opposed to a streamer. But I love the interactive elements. Love the fucking interactive elements. Never in a million years doing radio 15 years ago did I think I would be able to get like instant feedback and shit from the fans. and have this sort of relationship. It's so fucking cool. And it's addictive as shit. My ego is huge, but you gotta have an ego to do this kind of thing, to put yourself out here like this. Far and wide indeed. 16 subs. That sounds a little kinky, by the way. That sounds a little fucking kinky. I've got to rename this.
You live in sexual anarchy?
It's named Kirk. I'm fucking hungry. I didn't get to eat before the show. I'm starving. See, even down to the fact that I call it a show instead of a stream is how I see this. You know, my perception of what I'm doing. Because if I wasn't doing this, I would probably be working in traditional broadcasting, in terrestrial radio, television. I'm addicted to it. There is something about being live that's just, it's goddamn amazing. It is a drug. It's like, I know what, you hear wrestlers talk about going out in front of 20,000 fans and hearing them roar. Like, it's the same kind of thing when you know people are watching. We love you, Tones. But, like, it was fun to me to be behind the camera during a live broadcast of a local news station. It was fun to me to be the graphics guy and having to, listen to the director of when to take the graphics. It was... and this is one of the reasons why I excel at broadcasting, I think, is because when shit would go fucking tits up, like, I'm kind of still having fun. And it's like, it's a new problem for me to fucking solve. How do you solve this problem live on the air? Ninetales is totally gorgeous. And I think a lot of people couldn't handle that. And the pressure of broadcasting drives them away, but like, I thrived on that shit. Like, one night our soundboard, because it was digital, it went completely fucking down, just like had to reboot or some shit, and it wasn't our newscast, but we were contracted out to do a newscast for another station, and we were getting ready to do their newscast, and I'm like, You can't not put something on the air. What the fuck? And I've only been there like 3 or 4 days at this point. I'm like, run a fucking XLR cable back to master control and put a stick mic on the goddamn table. Like, you can't not go on the air. And the graphics guy grabbed a stick mic that we used to talk to the producers and pulled it out and handed it to me. He was like, well, go do it. And I'm like, I just got here. I don't know is there a patch panel out in the studio to bypass our booth to go to master control? I don't know this. I'm new here. The right-wing radio host I used to work for, it was literally my first or second day at that television station. And he shows up and he's wanting like some kind of like intro music or something, like, we don't have a library. And I'm like, oh, come over here. This is where you go to get your production music offline. Here's your copyright free. You just need to credit them in your, the outro and everything. And like, this motherfucker thought I'd been working there for years. It was like my first or second day. But I've been doing this shit for fucking 20 years, so. Why do you keep cussing at people? Also, like, everything's like not in cap. No, it is. I've got caps on now. When it was the Comic Sans, it didn't have caps or anything. I'm sorry. This is off the rails night. It's just been me fucking yep. For most of this 3 hours and 15 minutes we've been on. Well, I mean, like, I don't believe I ever found a patch panel in that studio to bypass our production booth. I think everything had to come through the production booth. And I don't know, knowing the master control operators that we actually had, I don't know if anybody back there would have known how to, because like the engineers were gone for the day. This would have been at 8 or 9 o'clock. I don't know anybody that would, because it was like a part-timer that was in college or some shit, right? Was who they always hired to do that. I don't know if they would have known how to bypass the sound. That's what I said. The show must go on. Well, we just didn't deliver an episode to them that night, and I guess the salespeople dealt with that. I did, or whoever in the TV station, the traffic people, whoever would take care of that. That's production booth didn't have anything to do with it. We went on with doing our next show. But I love this shit. I thrive on this shit. I loved when I was news director of 9 radio stations. The 2 country stations each had their own in-house morning show that they did, and then the AM station had an in-house morning show. And then we had like Bob and Tom and Kid Craddock on the other stations. But like I had my time, I've done all my news for the day by 6 o'clock a.m. And my first newscast is aired. I've recorded it. It's out going. So at 6:15, I made my appearance on like the AM station, and I sit and I talk with them about what we've got coming up, like at the top of the hour on the news. And then at the bottom of the hour, I would be at the main morning show, and that was like a big deal, right? Like that was the voice of Eastern Kentucky. He's asking me what's coming up at the top of the hour and shit. And then like on like a quarter till, I'd be on the other morning show. So I had like my making my rounds, and then we would repeat it every hour. But the one at the bottom of the hour, sometimes I'd be participating in a little bit or something. One time I sang the Walker Texas Ranger theme on air. So that's I fucking thrive on that shit. And my first day in that job, I had been a news director of another radio station, but my first day on that job at that radio station was a local election day. And they just go do it. I just had to go do shit. I mean, they told me what the cart numbers were for my news. And I knew how the system worked because I'd worked there before, but they were like, just go do the news. And the first time I ever took a job as the news director, it was of 2 radio stations, an FM and an AM, but it was like the 100,000 watt. It was like the number 1 station just because it was the most powerful. That was my very first job as news director. I'd worked in radio before, but I'd never been news director. Had no idea how to do it. There was nobody training me. There was nobody training me how to do news. I figured it out. And one of the things that I did was fucking talk to the newspaper reporter that was at all the court. Just go down to the courthouse and you'll find shit out. I had several dates, flings, and flirtations with people at courthouses too. Oh my god, and including a jailer. There was a young lady at the jail. And she always, because I would have to go in and interview inmates sometimes. When I get I got a juicy interview one time with a murderer that was getting ready to stand trial. I had to go in and talk to somebody in the jail. I always had a flirtation with this one chick. Chick I shouldn't use the word chick. That's a degrading term. I did not have prison sex. Yeah, so, okay, so when I went to the other station, the 9 radio station conglomerate that was like the real deal, run like a fucking radio station should be. They prided themselves on that. Even like, so I had a buddy that was the county attorney, and when I showed him my business card, he's like, this motherfucker's got gold on it. You have to step out of the shower to take a piss with this kind of business card. And I laughed my ass off. But that was like, that radio station prided because, like, speaking of Karl Rove, the owner of that radio station called in a favor to Karl Rove while I worked there. From portraits to broadcasting to streaming. I had a stint in college there. I went back to college in the middle of shit. I mean, I've always done something like this. I've never had a real job. I sold phones for like 2 or 3 weeks, and I'm like, fuck this. Yeah, I can't do this. I worked at a call center on 2 different occasions. Once I worked there for like a month, and I'm like, I can't fucking do this. And then another time I worked there for like 3 days, and I'm like, yeah, I can't fucking do this. They paid me for the whole week, and I really appreciated that. The 70s were the golden age of TV. Oh man, call centers. And like, I remember going into that call center, and they had like a swab for your mouth. And like, I held it in between my teeth and didn't let it touch my mouth. That's how I passed the drug test. Dropping a deuce. And like, I'm not bullshitting you either. So the guy that owned the radio station that I worked for, his name was Walter May. He was the president of the hospital in the town. He was I don't think he knew my name. I mean, I was there for like fucking 7 years of my life. I don't think he ever knew my name. I went to his house one time and moved some furniture, but like, I interviewed him one time. Still don't think I don't think he knew my name. But he was a very important man. He was president of the hospital in the town. Why would I be drug-free tomorrow? Why would I be drug-free tomorrow? What? He'd been mayor of the town. He basically ran the town. He did own most of the town. He's dead now, and the family fell completely apart. And like, none of that shit's the way it was. His dynasty, it does not live on. But he was president of the hospital, and the hospital was getting ready to lose what was called sole community provider status. So like, you get some kind of a federal grant if you are the only hospital in blah 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 radius. I don't remember what the exact radius was. But because of, and for the longest time it was true, because I lived in eastern Kentucky, and the mountains separate everybody from everything, and you know, sometimes it was even treacherous going over them. But throughout my lifetime, they built really nice 4 lanes everywhere. So you could then get to Williamson was like 20 minutes from downtown Pikeville. When as me as an adult, as a kid, it was not 20 minutes from downtown Pikeville. But you can get there in 20 minutes now because of the 4 lane and the Prestonsburg Hospital, which is the next town over. You could totally get there in like 20 fucking minutes. So they were getting ready to lose their sole community provider status, and he contacted Karl Rove, and they were awarded the federal grant for however many more years it was. Well, it was in a rural community that wasn't served well, right? So we're talking the middle of coal country. Just to prove to you I'm not bullshitting that he actually called in a favor from Turd Blossom. Or so that's the story I was told through the grapevine. Like, he didn't tell it to me. But I was told through management of the radio station. They're sterilized as part of their initiation. That is not fucking true. There have been too many fucking broadcasters with too many goddamn children. Just saying. Ain't high enough for this shit. Justin telling stories of his time in broadcasting on stream. It's been Justin's story time for most. It's been about half and half. Been about half news, half Justin story time. Boy, do I have stories. Okay. Here's one for you. I was seeing this ex-stripper. She'd moved back home to Pikeville, and she'd started working as a pharmaceutical rep. That was a big job in the middle of the 2000s. To get a woman with fake tits to go and sell drugs to doctors. That was a very in-demand job in the mid-2000s. That's what she was doing. So I was seeing this woman. I need to have its own background. Fair enough, Mox. We'll work on that. Oh yeah, this was 2006, 2007 time. So I always space on your name. Roland, give me a phonetical pronunciation. I think we go through this every time. Tracy. Oh my God, I love you. Tracy, you are awesome, and I will remember that forever now. Beautiful. I forgot the story I was telling. Oh, the stripper. Ex-stripper that was now a pharmaceutical rep. Which story was I telling? I got like fucking 3 with her. Oh, so I'm working in broadcasting, and at this time, like, I can just go into the courthouses and pull records. I'm in there so much, all the people at the courthouse know me. And just go back and get whatever record I want. Makes it easier on them. Don't ever use that power to look up things on people that you're seeing. That's wrong. That is something I learned as a young man. So I go look up court records on this ex-stripper that I was seeing, and she had told me she didn't have children, but yet I'm seeing her whole custody thing. And I felt like a real dick after I confronted her on it and found out that, yeah, she's got a kid, but the kid don't know she's the kid's mom. The kid is being raised by her mom. And they like, to the public, they're sisters. Well, this was at a time that you would have to go to the courthouse to be able to find that shit out. And they're public record. Yeah, damn. Boy, did I feel like a dick. She also stole a lot of money off of me. $80, man. Maybe not a lot of money, but she stole $80 off of me. Tracy, get the gift sub. Tone's giving them out. Thank you so much. She stole a lot of money off of me. $80. $80 is what I think it was. I'd given it to her to buy drugs, and she never showed back up. But she had left a pair of Harley Davidson boots at my apartment. And apparently these Harley Davidson boots are incredibly expensive. And I had a pill dealer at the time. This is the height of my, opiate addiction in the middle of the 2000s. Easily worth $1,000? Yeah. So, I took them to my pill dealer. I had no clue how much they were worth. I took them to my pill dealer. I'm like, will you trade me however much she got away from me with, $80, $120, whatever. Maybe she doesn't even remember me giving her the money, but like I told her she stole the money from me. I confronted her on it. But I took those boots to my pill dealer and I'm like, will you trade this for whatever she stole from me? And he's like, gladly. Because they were like the same size as his wife. So apparently they were worth quite a fucking lot. He pulled out that fucking bottle. Definitely. I think he maybe even gave me extra. Like, here you go. She came back for those boots 3 or 4 weeks later. I'm like, ma'am, I do not have your boots anymore. Yeah, she was a tiny woman. I got some stories. I've lived multiple lives now. I may seem like a hermit and I really haven't been out of this room a lot in the last few months, but like I've been out there and done a lot of shit. I've seen what's out there. I'm fine. Oh, I've got another story that involves her. I was talking to this young lady. I knew her through... There was this woman that did like community relations for Walmart. So like she was totally in charge of just giving out Walmart's money to different organizations. And she would always call the radio station. She was super fucking nice. Oh my God, like Walmart is evil for employing this fucking amazing woman who is more than happy to go and give all these organizations in the community their money. That was her job. And then to call up radio stations, TV stations, and everything. And like you couldn't say no to her. I went out on a date with her a couple of times too. Nothing ever came of it though. She didn't think we would be all that compatible. But anyway, she was an amazing woman. You would do anything for her. She set me up with this other gal. Like she might have been in management in Walmart, but she was more the woman that was community relations at Walmart was an older lady, and when I was in my early 20s, like there was definitely a lot of cougars that, orbited around me, apparently. So, she set me up with this girl who was, like, more my age. She was in management at Walmart, whatever the fuck. But, like, she didn't really, she was okay. I got along fine with her. But she didn't seem like, our relationship was going anywhere. But the town had this ball after the election season was over. Like they had a ball for all these newly elected officials, and this was like a really hot ticket that only plugged in the town got to go to. I'm the news director of 9 radio stations. I've got me and my +1 get to go to this fucking ball. And I had been seeing this girl for like a month, and like I'd never even like held hands with her at this point in time. Like it'd been very standoffish. I go to the Kid Rock concert in the town. In between seeing this girl and that ball happening, Kid Rock was like New Year's, I think it was. And it was like the hot ticket in town. And I got to go for free. And like the ball was like a couple of weeks later. And when I was at the Kid Rock concert, that's when I met the ex-stripper. Because I didn't spend much time actually in the Kid Rock concert. I spent most of my time, I was drunk as fuck and I was outside smoking, so I was still a cigarette smoker. That's when I met people out on the balcony and had a grand old fucking time. So I meet the stripper like a week or two before this ball, and I go to the other girl, and I'm like, hey, ex-stripper. This is now a pharmaceutical rep. And I go to the girl that I've been seeing and said, well, she wasn't stripping for me. She wasn't stripping, but she was like, I was seeing her. I was dating her. I gave her $80 to buy drugs. So I tell the nice girl that I've been seeing, that's been very standoffish with me for a month, like, hey, I just met this other girl. I'm going to take her to the ball because, like, we're dating now. It's just like she's shattered because she really wanted to go to this ball. She's probably picked out a really nice dress and shit. Like, it was a big deal. Lady B, good evening. Also, I'm back on Twitter. I'm gonna have to find you. So I take the stripper to the ball. The stripper wears like and this is January. And she's got like a dress that's like cut all the way like up her thighs. Her tits are like really prominent, which I'm totally cool with. But we're going to this ball for elected officials in this conservative town. The stripper, the ex-stripper, like kind of like the nightclub is next to where we're having where the ballroom is. There's a nightclub next to it. We end up going over to it afterwards. I got a whole nother story about that. But she finds friends and something, like she runs away and is doing something else, maybe drugs behind the club. Who knows? I end up sitting down like when I'm having dinner. This woman, I don't even know who I'm sitting with, right? I've got people that I know around me, but this is the woman right next to me, I don't know who she is. But she was a member of the Board of Education, because I was introduced to her. Blah, 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 from the Board of Education. Oh, hey, pleasure to meet you. I go back to eating my food, and she, like, grabs my shirt and pulls me in and said, you went with the wrong girl tonight. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, I think the nice girl's name was Crystal, if I remember correctly. And I'm like, excuse me? She's like, I'm Crystal's mom. And I'm like, holy shit. So, yeah. She was super nice, though. Super nice. We had fantastic conversation the rest of the night. Like, as I said, like I had to be sitting there at a table with people that I was familiar with. Because I knew fucking everybody in that town. Yes, stripper stories with Justin. I've got more than one stripper story. My God. The fact that I have I worked at a strip club for 6, 8, 9 months, something like that. And there have been so many times I've told people that I've worked at a strip club, and they know what I do. They know I'm in broadcasting. They know I've done radio and television and everything. And I tell them I worked at a strip club, and they're like, you danced? I'm like, no, I was the fucking DJ. What the what? Nobody wants to see my hairy ass dance on stage. I came home from college one time, and like my mom totally knew about my stories and my promiscuity and all that good shit. And I told her not to do my laundry, but she did when I was over at my friend's house. So I come back from my friend's house, I'm sitting at the bar, I'm like eating a sandwich or some shit. And my mom comes in and she's been doing my fucking laundry. And she's like, Justin, I found a pair of frilly panties in your laundry. Are you cross-dressing? And I laughed my ass off. Like, no, Mom, nobody wants to see my hairy ass and panties. Which is not true, actually. Is not true. I can now say that multiple people wanted to see my hairy ass and panties for some reason.
You live in sexual anarchy?
And when hard drugs are involved, I'm into it, so who knows? Producer Dave, weird time for you to come in. It's been half Justin's story time tonight and half Justin doing the news. A little Molly will have you doing a lot of things you didn't know you were into. Little Molly have you doing all kinds of things. I get really freaky when I get on the Molly. Any kind of speed drug. I can totally see in the community it's called P&P, party and play, and I can see how people like get addicted to the meth and shit. If you have sex for fucking 18 hours on meth, like, it is the most wonderful thing you've ever experienced, and I can totally see how people fucking get hooked on meth. Do you want to get back to the news? I definitely got enough news to take us up to Echoplex. Usually don't get to raid in on a Thursday night. But we can totally make that happen tonight. I haven't eaten all day. I'm going to totally pig out when I get off here. Lady B! I'm assuming that's a gift sub care of Tones, who is feeling very generous. Thank you, Tones, for your generosity. I love you so much. I saw you post about it. I meant to check in with you last night. 16 subs. Who is giving out far more than 16 subs here on this channel, and I greatly appreciate it. You are one of my badass supporters, and one of my ride or dies. Been here since close to day one. Not exactly day one. Oh no, I totally get the play on the word. Fuck it, my internet had been giving me problems. I actually downgraded the bit rate on OBS, and you really can't tell a difference in the quality of video as far as I can tell. And I'm looking at it uncompressed on Premiere after the show and going, I can't fucking tell the difference. And it's really saved me a lot of heartache and drop frames. Oh, Producer Dave, is this your first time here with the new setup? I listened to some feedback, streamlined everything, kind of look a little bit more like other streamers. Lost a little bit of my originality, but I really enjoy the functionality. Let's head back over to the news. I'll finish doing the news here. Trump lawyer saw Justice Thomas as only chance to stop the 2020 election certification. We want to frame things so that Thomas could be the one to issue some sort of stay or other circuit justice opinion saying Georgia is in legitimate doubt. This is according to Trump attorney Kenneth Cheesebro. Am I hungry, or is that literally how you say his name? Cheesebro. Kikyo, good evening. Mox. Oh, I didn't know you were living out of a hotel. Yeah, sorry to hear that, Mox. Unless it's by choice, and then like I'm totally encouraging. Fucking Kikyo, burning it up on TikTok. I love it. Thank you for helping me out on TikTok. You have no clue how much I appreciate you helping me get going over there where I've totally been lagging. Donald Trump's attorney saw a direct appeal to Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas as their best hope of derailing Joe Biden's win in the 2020 presidential election, according to emails newly disclosed to congressional investigators. We want to frame things so that Thomas could be the one to issue some sort of stay or other circuit justice opinion saying Georgia is in legitimate doubt, according to Kenneth Cheesebro. This was in a December 31st email to Trump's legal team, 6 days before January 6th. Cheesebro contended that Thomas would be our only chance to get a favorable judicial opinion by January 6th, which might hold up the Georgia count in Congress. I think I agree with this, said Attorney John Eastman, replied later that morning, suggesting that a favorable move by Thomas or other justices would kick the Georgia legislature into gear to help overturn the presidential election results. Some of the latest developments in the January 6th investigation. In the other criminal matter, which has to do with Donald Trump's handling of classified information at Mar-a-Lago, this is a bombshell. A top aide who has been campaigning with Donald Trump as recently as 3 or 4 weeks ago, Kash Patel, has been granted immunity, is now set to testify at a grand jury. Let me make this a little bigger for you guys. Kash Patel, a close associate of former President Donald Trump, is set to soon testify before a federal grand jury probing the handling of classified documents at Mar-a-Lago after receiving immunity for his information. Federal judge recently decided the Justice Department couldn't force Mr. Patel to testify without such protection against his statements being used against him in some future prosecution. That ruling, the people said, opens the door for Mr. Patel, who says Mr. Trump broadly declassified White House documents while still president, to answer questions. Mr. Patel appeared before the grand jury last month and refused to provide information by repeatedly invoking his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination, the Wall Street Journal reported. In response, the Justice Department asked a federal judge to compel him to testify. Prosecutors argued Mr. Patel had no reasonable expectation that he would be prosecuted based on the kinds of questions they were asking. One of the people familiar with the matter said, an argument that the judge didn't accept. The immunity grant leaves the government only able to charge Mr. Patel, if at all, using information obtained independently of his immunized testimony. Mr. Patel didn't respond to a request for comment, and a lawyer for Mr. Patel declined to comment. A Justice Department spokesman also declined to comment. It seems like he's fucked. Trump, I mean. But he's gotten out of it before. But, I mean, the walls seem to be closing in. Because we're going to go to yet another criminal matter that is different from the last two criminal investigations that Trump is under. But this criminal investigations into Trump aren't limited to the three that we're going to talk about tonight either. A judge says he'll appoint an independent monitor for Trump's company. This is the criminal trial of the Trump company. I do believe this one has been delayed due to one of the witnesses having COVID. Manhattan judge said Thursday he will appoint an independent monitor for former President Donald Trump's real estate empire, restricting his company's ability to freely make deals, sell assets, and change its corporate structure. Judge Arthur Engoron ordered the outside watchdog for the Trump organization as he presides over a lawsuit in which New York Attorney General Letitia James alleges Trump and the company routinely misled banks and others about the value of prized assets, including golf courses and hotels bearing his name. My God, I don't even think this is the one I was thinking about. No. The one against his company that is currently on hold is the one where Weisselberg is testifying that He misled him. This might be the same one. Fucking I can't keep up. Is this an investigation or an ongoing trial? I think this is the civil case. The criminal case against them is the Manhattan DA, and that's the one that's on pause because one of the witnesses has COVID. That's the one where Weisselberg has flipped and testifying on behalf of the Manhattan DA. I think I've got all this straight now, but it's kind of hard to keep up with everything. So please, please forgive me. Trump just seems to be in deep shit. Hopefully, apparently. RB, just go and say jury nullification, and they will fucking toss you. If you really don't, I would go and do jury duty. I've never been selected for jury duty, and it could have something to do with, the news. I would have thought maybe long after I was known in a municipality, I would have got selected for jury duty. I'd totally go and do it if I could. I'm assuming if I would have got pulled back when I was, news director, they wouldn't have let me. Just say jury nullification. They will toss you. That's all you got to do. A New Jersey candidate for office. I don't know exactly which office he's a candidate for. New Jersey schools candidate. Apparently he's a candidate for school board. Wore a shirt for Halloween saying, "Where is Nancy?" A New Jersey school board candidate is under fire over a tone-deaf Halloween costume consisting of a t-shirt reading, "Where is Nancy?" an apparent reference to the attack on Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi's husband. Get a good look at his face here. That's the costume. I didn't think Christopher Dorner did anything wrong. You can get a Chris Dorner Appreciation Society t-shirt from the Freak store. Oh, you're telling RB what to say to get out of jury duty. Yes, that'll get you out of jury duty. That'll get you out of jury duty. Yeah, that costume is a yikes. This dude is a candidate for school board. The fuck? An anonymous Twitter account posted a photo of Tom Greger, a sales exec running unopposed for a seat on the Bethlehem Township School Board. He's gonna be on the board. Posing in a shirt and holding a skeleton. Running unopposed. When questioned by NJ Advanced Media about his question and who Nancy was, Greger replied, "I don't know who Nancy is." Candidate danced around last week's attack by saying he was simply dressed as a home intruder, and when pressed about why he wrote Nancy, he answered, "No reason." What was in the current event of the week, Greger said, adding that he was not dressed up as Nancy Pelosi. "No, I think it's just a Nancy in general, like a Karen, a Nancy," he added. I don't buy his story. He's running to get litter boxes out of schools. Funny you should mention that one, Mox. Did you segue me that perfectly for that one? Joe Rogan has admitted he fell for some bullshit. Which props on him for being able to admit it. He had Michael Sherman on, apparently. Hold on. Reddit being a little weird here. This was the Michael Sherman episode within the last week.
Right, or the kitty litter boxes in schools from last week. You know, that got spread around as a meme because it kind of fit the conservative view of, you know, liberals and their confusion about gender and sex and
But the kitty litter boxes is a weird one.
It is weird. It's
You
like
know,
it's more like an urban legend.
I fed into that, and I should probably clarify that a little bit. I have a friend, and my friend's wife is a school teacher, and
Is she
told
an idiot?
him that there was discussions in the school that a mother wanted to put a litter box in one of the bathrooms. And he told me this, and I talked about it on here, and then people were saying, that's not true, it's an internet rumor. So I contacted him again, and I said, tell me exactly what she said, and contact her and find out. She no longer works at that school. She works for another school. She contacted the other school. She didn't get a response. I don't think they actually did it. I think there was discussions about doing it because there was one.
Oh, no, there weren't fucking discussions.
It doesn't seem that there's any proof that they put a litter box in there. The reason why I was interested in it and willing to entertain it was there was about 10 years or so ago, we went to, there was a UFC in Pittsburgh.
You met a
when
furry?
We went there. As we landed, where we're driving from the airport to the hotel, we see all these people with mascot outfits on. We're like, what is going on?
You saw a furry convention.
This guy, and he said, there's a furry convention in town. And I said, wow, this is crazy. So they all decided to get together. So they were at bars and on the streets, and it was like a get-together. They used to do it in San Diego, but at the time, San Diego was a little bit more conservative, and they were having a hard time doing it, so they moved it to Pittsburgh. And this was the year they moved it to Pittsburgh. This is, of course...
It's sad when you get fact-checked by Michael Sherman.
The hotel, the guy who was working the front desk was saying how crazy it was. That these folks were asking for their food to be delivered in bowls on the ground so they could eat it.
I don't believe it.
Crazy. And then he said they asked for a litter box in the lobby. Now, they didn't put a litter box into the lobby, but someone, according to this
I ain't
man,
believing you, Joe.
I'm like, that is crazy. So,
yes, people tell crazy fucking stories all the time.
I went to forums where furries go because I was trying to find, like, is this a thing? Do they like to use litter boxes? Out of all of my searching, I could only find one poster, one guy who said he had used a litter box. So this one person who was saying that he thought it was kinky.
I've thought about using a litter box when the bathroom is tied up, and you got shit in the yard chili going on. Curiouser once made me some chili that I deemed shit in the yard chili because I shit in the yard after I ate it. It was really good. It's gonna go in my cookbook one day. Yes, typical Joe Rogan walk back that he didn't walk it back at all. No, let me tell you some more bullshit that I heard. And then I went and researched on Reddit, and I found like this one person that said he got a sexual arousal by shitting in a litter box.
Kinky, and he'd like to use it. He, they, it, them, whatever.
You live in sexual anarchy?
So that was all I could find. So is that something that people...
I'm sure there's one person in the world that has that kink.
Talk about doing because it's fun? I don't know. But one of the things that I found about these furries is like, it's sexual in some sort of weird way. They like to get together and have sex with their furry outfits on. And they don't want...
Some do. That's a sub-community of furries. That's part of like the kink furry community. That's not the broad furry community at large. Some of them are asexual. I assure you, Joe. Stop lumping people together.
Want people to know who they are, what they want to keep the outfits on.
So it's a cosplay.
Some of them have just normal fucking sex without the furry costume.
How that got connected to gender, I do not understand. Because it seems to be a complete...
You did that!
Kink. But what I think people have concern with is that it's nonsense. And that it's crazy. And if this nonsense...
Yes, what you're saying is nonsense.
Because there are... Jamie, what was the thing that you were telling me? Someone was telling you about one kid thinks they're a wolf, and they...
I honestly don't know if I still need to. I think they're trolling. I think there's something that
Maybe,
happened
but
on
you know,
TikTok
in
and it got out of hand.
In that film, What Is a Woman?
Oh, there was
Walsh's
that
film.
one person that said that they were wolf.
Yeah, I
wolf
mean, you can always find somebody. Who's
There is a report from ABC though, where they went and talked to a bunch of younger kids and parents that were having like a meeting, and they're like, "Our kids like to dress up and talk this way, but like you should see how different they are when they do it."
Right.
They went from
right.
being very reserved to like outgoing and.
Right, because it allows them to, when they pretend that they're a wolf, they can just be freer. So that maybe they're like very.
Buddy, I had a ectopack, is that what it was called? The fucking ghost trap. I had the whole fucking outfit to play Ghostbusters. I dressed up as Ghostbusters all the fucking time. It was like different kids are into different shit. Some might dress up as a dinosaur. What the fuck? You psychoanalyzing just normal child behavior and then trying to conflate it with some kink you heard about with one dude on fucking Reddit. Jesus, Joe.
Very shy, introverted kids, and this allows them like some form of escapism.
Yeah.
Like you said, like a cosplay.
Some kids play basketball and some kids do theater.
So there's an element of truth to that, and this is true with conspiracy theories. Always a little element of truth, and then it gets blown up into something else. And then if it gets politicized, oh, that's just the sort of thing those libtards would do in these schools. They're trying to groom our children.
Right.
It's confirmation bias.
It's like the satanic panic of the 1980s. Started with that McMartin preschool case in Manhattan Beach.
Holy shit. Was not expecting Michael Shermer to be that on point, but he's exactly right about that. But still, Joe Rogan's still shoveling some bullshit at him. Speaking of smoking too much, I ain't high enough for this shit, and I'm so hungry. We got one more story, and then I'm going to dump you guys over at the Echoplex. So tonight, watch the election official who thinks she's like exposing security flaws in elections. We watched the doctor who's suing the Indiana AG for completely slandering her. We saw the New Jersey candidate with the shirt that said, "Where's Nancy?" We saw the Michigan judge whose ex-wife came forward and said after he was being funded by an anti-abortion group and ruled against a measure to codify abortion rights in Michigan, she came forward and said he paid for my abortion. And I'm sure he appreciated having the choice, and I would like other people to have the choice. We have seen all this right-wing crazy tonight on the show, but I want you to know, Tucker Carlson says they aren't the crazy ones. They aren't the crazy ones. I believe this is from last night. I'm sorry to have to do. I need to give you a content warning for Tucker Carlson's face. Does he fall in the Ted Cruz category?
If everybody is free to ask questions about it and demand real answers. If you're coming up with some sort of crazy theory about what happened at Nancy Pelosi's house last Friday, instead of yelling at you or calling you names or telling you you're a conspiracy nut, you're Alex Jones.
I'm so sorry. How do you not have your own subscription? How are you giving out gift subscriptions and you didn't even subscribe yourself? That's a real G right there. He gave out gift subscriptions for everybody and didn't even subscribe himself. And I am so sorry. Usually the commercials play at 5 till or 7 till or something. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry you got hit with them, Tones. Oh, I feel bad. Should we wait for Tones to watch Tucker Carlson? He looks like he's ready to break out laughing right now. What a fucking face. It is a very punchable face. Is that TOS? I'm sorry, Tones got ad 1 of 6. I try to catch the ads. That's my bad. I fucked up that time. I don't know if Tones is back with us. I don't know how long it's been. I have no track of time. No idea what fucking, like, as a broadcaster, I can tell you, if I'm thinking about it, I can tell you if I've been talking for 30 seconds, a minute. Like, I feel that really well. But, like, just stoner ass me rambling, I've got no concept of time. It might have been 3 minutes. I don't want anybody to miss out on this Tucker clip. I'll take a hit. We'll see if we can get Tones back in here. Getting ready to make an appearance. We're gonna check on her here in just a second. She peeped at me a little bit ago, but then she's been quiet since. Loki's going over there to check on her right now. Didn't you got, like, you're supposed to, like, if you're subbed, you're supposed to be fucking ad-free. I will check and see if Twitch changed my settings again. Like, that happens. Like, they'll do new settings and, like, I'll default or something, but I'm pretty sure subscribers are supposed to have ad-free viewing. Oh, I bet Sunshine did not like that. Speaking of not liking something, here's Tucker Carlson.
If everybody is free to ask questions about it and demand real answers. If you're coming up with some sort of crazy theory about what happened at Nancy Pelosi's house last Friday, instead of yelling at you or calling you names or telling you you're a conspiracy nut, you're Alex Jones, just produce the police body cam. Why is that so hard? If you think something weird was going on January 6th,
Ooh, they will eventually. It will come out, but like usually cops don't release it, especially if it's a federal investigation. They're not going to release that shit until well after time. It might come out in trial. It's got the door.
okay, it's not your fault. Maybe it's the fault of the people who are hiding thousands of hours of video evidence from January 6th. Why haven't they released that? The onus is on them, not the rest of us. We're not the crazy people, you're the liars. There's nothing wrong with asking questions, period. And if that's banned, this is a totalitarian country. So we are proud to have Doug Mastriano on.
Oh my God, Doug Mastriano. I'm sure you're proud to have him on because he is a proud Christian nationalist. After 4 hours of this bullshit, you guys deserve the kitty. Kitten is incoming. You were still sweeping. Want to get out and play around? As a bobtail. She is so itty bitty. She's so cute. But she is very active. She is incredibly active. Hey, baby. Absolutely adorable, and her little meep, meep, meep. Oh, it's so cute. Oh, I love it. Oh, she got little sneezes going on right now. She might be hungry. She went over to Smokes and Socks' food, so we might have to take her in there to her food. Make sure she doesn't need to use the bathroom. Get her a little water. Get her some food. She's had a long nap. I am definitely keeping an eye on her. Oh, that's so fucking cute. If you're watching on Twitch, you're gonna head over to Echoplex Media. It is the Scientology, Satanic Panic, cults, all that good shit. Fire by night after a while. Producer Dave, I don't know if he's got a co-host tonight. I don't know if he's got Media Winch with him. I'm sure somebody will be joining in. My sweet Winchy Poo, possibly. Go ahead, light one up, tip one back. It's all right to have a little fun before you hit the sack. I'm Justin Freakin. Don't forget, tomorrow night we've got Nine Tails Cosmic Fox, a special guest host on the Friday Night Freak Show, 10 p.m. Eastern. We'll see you then.